Welcome to Life Science Sweden's Pharma Outsourcing. Find the right partner 2020. Please welcome our moderator, Lucy Robertshaw.
Good morning. A warm welcome to Life Science Sweden's 6th edition of Pharma Outsourcing. Find the right partner broadcasted live from Stockholm today, the Waterfront Congress Centre. My name is Lucy Robertshaw. I am a British expat, been living in Sweden for 9 years. I do international business development. I have a background in pharma, healthcare, and also I'm passionate about networking. So I want everybody today to be as involved as possible, which is why we have an iPad. So if you have any questions, please write your questions and then I will answer them with the actual speakers. So, Life Science Sweden is a leading life science media and event organiser in the Nordics and arrange 6 international partnering events every year. So read more on lifesciencesweden.se. This year has been very different. Obviously, normally we would have you actually in the place that we're at, but unfortunately we can't. So we would like to make sure that you drink plenty of water, you move around and you have lots of energy, as we are going to have in the studio today. One quote that I'd like to say this morning is, believe, no matter what, miracles happen every day. And I think that's very true. And our industry makes those miracles happen for patients, their families, and also humanity. So one of the good news about this year is that we have had a bumper year for the industry. Our pharma industry has actually outdone any other sector in the world. Even Ericsson yesterday mentioned that they are now following our personalized medicine and that they obviously see that our industry is a big influencer. Our first speaker is Dag Larsson. And he is from LEAF, which is a trade organisation. They have been going for 5 years. They're an R&D. They've got pharma companies and they have 90 members. Their objectives are to be top country in Europe for patients' equal access to modern therapies. So, Dag, please, I'd like to give you the stage.
Thank you, Lucy. It's interesting to be here to talk about outsourcing, especially in this era of the pandemic, since we all of a sudden, as an industry, is looked at as bringing the solution. Whether that will actually deliver, I have my hopes, of course, and I think many have it the same. But I also would like to kind of explain a bit about how the industry itself is actually transforming. First, about the scale of productivity is actually quite mind-boggling if you think about the sheer cost of actually developing a new product to make it a pharmaceutical medicine. This is numbers taken from the literature. It's always debated, and you have the more kind of smaller, more narrow disease areas where obviously cost is less because you don't do as large scale clinical trials as you would in. But you also have to factor in the cost of failure into this, and that's part of the industry business model in a way. But another part of the industry business model is actually outsourcing, and the topic of this meeting today. There's a lot of activity on the demand side, which is around the discovery processes and also the scale up of various compounds and the screening, but then into the preclinical and clinical studies as well. And on the supply side, there is a lot of contributors and a completely new landscape today compared to a few years back when still the large pharma companies fostered the idea of trying to do as much as possible in-house and basically not share anything with anybody else, but to kind of reap the benefit in the end. But then that also brings in services providers for actually establishing the risk-benefit balance as being assessed by the regulatory agencies. And the various bits and pieces of this have kind of a different relevance in terms of outsourcing for the industry as a whole. Obviously, this map will look differently depending on which company you are at. and it illustrates various kind of relevance or importance in different elements in this the whole range of different type of activities. There's also another increase in complexity, and as you see to the right on this slide, you see that the big pharma companies itself bring less and less share of the industry pipeline to the table. And this actually is then leading to a lot of kind of small enterprises being partners and the necessary kind of foundation for big pharma to continue to grow. And as you see also, the cost of the discovery and outsourcing market is actually growing at a quite significant speed. And if you think about $25 billion in 2018, I would estimate that this is even larger and much larger today, 2020. And this is the same kind of upscale of external cost is actually there in terms of CRO-based trials. The small companies, the emerging pharma companies, have a different kind of set of sources or outsourced activities or services compared to the old traditional big pharma. And this is actually also transforming the industry as such. This slide is quite busy, and I'm very pleased to show a very busy slide because it's actually the roster of member companies in our organization. And we're pleased to say that we, in Sweden, in terms of companies bringing medicines to the market and or are involved in development of new medicines, we have almost complete coverage in those companies. There are only a few that are not members with us, which brings our voice to be much more relevant and stronger in the general policy debate and all that. But as Lucy alluded to, this is an industry not only where people look at and for solution, but also an industry that is important for the Swedish economy and I guess the economy in the world at large. Not only bringing medicines, but also bringing a good balance to the. We are still about 11,000 employees, and if you look at the wider life science sector and the service providers, they're probably above 40,000 employees in the Swedish industry. And the direct contribution in external R&D investment is 11 billion Swedish, which is actually quite a significant share of the external R&D investment, all sectors included. And most importantly, I guess, is the bottom figure, which is the contribution to the trade balance as of the full year last year, but it's still growing as we understand it, the numbers for this year. And in difficult times as we experience, I think this is an important contribution as well. And Sweden is a powerhouse in terms of the capability of and capacity of developing and manufacturing and exporting pharmaceutical products. Without the 105 billion the Swedish trade deficit would have been negative, which is important also to at least for the Ministry of Enterprise. In terms of the innovation capability or capacity, we're also quite fortunate and quite impressive, I think, in the various ranking in the various scoreboards. The European Innovation Scoreboard is ranking us number one. Also this year, the Global Innovation Index is also ranking us high. It's number 2. And it's difficult to see the chart in the middle, but to the right you have the price parity, GDP contribution, and to the in the other axis you have the innovation capacity. So relative to our size, the red circle, we're really up in the right-hand corner. And then the Bloomberg Innovation Index is also pointing out that we're quite successful in comparison. It's also important to remind ourselves that you need to not only to be in the top, you need to have the capacity to stay in top as well. And as outside of Switzerland and a short kind of visit by the Netherlands, we have been second to the best in this global innovation in this index for the last 5 years, which is, I think, quite impressive and quite worth considering, actually. Our European trade association, FPI, is also recognizing that Swedish healthcare is good in terms of output, and they did this calculation that if everybody else in Europe would have been as good as treating cancer as we are in Sweden, 217,000 lives would have been saved, and that's sometimes used as an excuse to not invest further in cancer medicine in Sweden. But I think it's actually rather a signal to continue to improve and to continue to maintain the leadership in that sense. Important for people. In terms of money or funding for R&D activities or bringing companies to life, I guess we're also relatively good. This is a comparison based on the UK offices of life science a couple of years back. I didn't find a more recent number, and I guess 2020 will be very difficult to assess already now in December, but time will tell. So we're on a relative scale, or on an absolute scale, we actually have we're noted and way ahead of the UK, for instance, and the amount of money is also we're there on a scale. Of course, the United States and larger countries like Germany and China is obviously more prominent in this type of ranking. In Sweden, this is looking funny now. Now it's less funny, and it's as it should be. In Sweden, we have a government life science strategy that was issued about a year ago, and that's an important roadmap for the industry, but also for other parties to kind of gather and try to team up to do this as best as possible. In this strategy, there are 8 priority areas, which obviously includes our ability as a nation to continue to develop this industry, especially since there is a recognition across the different departments in the government offices that this is good for healthcare, this is good for enterprise, it's also good for educational activities in that sense. We need it all in order to thrive in the life science area. And this is also, it's far from complete because there are very many more companies across these different clusters, and it's also in Swedish, so you have to accept that. But it's meant to illustrate where these activities in Sweden are, and it's been a kind of a long strategy going back to where to put the universities and where to put the government funding. Which also is a good way of fostering the growth of other activities around that comes from that type of, which is important. We also have a number, and this is a number of external companies that are involved in outsourcing services and activities. These 3 are just a few examples of the Swedish landscape in that sense. We did in 20 or 30 years ago, we were actually a powerhouse in terms of contributing to large scale from pharma trials, especially in primary care. The industry as a whole has kind of changed its paradigm in that sense, in that there are fewer large scale trials today and much more specialized type of products being developed. So this has changed not only in Sweden but also in other countries. But we obviously, as an industry, would like to kind of take back some of that kind of sense of being very productive and a place to put your business in, and where we can actually deliver both quality and quantity in that sense. But I think we do still remain attractive, and I think we will continue to be attractive. And we have also a lot of academic, really high quality centers rendering a good set of actually discovery activities and the foundation for actually developing new medicines and other kind of medical innovations, not only traditional pharma products. And we do still kind of thrive on the availability of health data, although there's a lot of that could be done into kind of to make Sweden rounder as well in the sense that we have 21 different independent or sovereign healthcare providers in our regions. So you can't speak about this without actually addressing the COVID-19 situation, and I think. As we're doing this session today, partly in place, but also partly via link to others to see the whole industry is transforming in the same way. We're together with our medical products agency now developing ways and means of actually doing digital clinical trials, where we try to facilitate the running of the trials without having to travel to visit, without the patients having to travel to visit to collect data, for instance, without having to travel to do the source data verification. We also see the industry kind of adjusting or adopting to new practices in terms of launching, and the landscape will be probably much faster changing. And we see also how various types of customer engagement are being digitalized in that sense. But also, probably more important, we see that in society we see a lot of kind of digital interactions between the patients and the healthcare providers, and this is also a lot of technical solutions that could be brought to this as well. So that's really what I had in mind, and I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, Dag. That was very interesting. I think that every person on the planet has heard something about the corona situation this year, and obviously the challenges and things. I'm just interested to know from your members what challenges they see with also talent, because obviously the restrictions of movement. How are they feeling about outsourcing and attracting talent and actually getting to know their right partners, really?
Yeah.
Can you talk anything about that?
I think we're not different than any other part of society, but it's quite difficult to kind of enter into an organization and make yourself known and the ability to contribute when you're brand new into a sector. So I think those that are transitioning from for instance from higher education into a company role is probably having a greater difficulty. I heard an interesting story from a kind of a small enterprise CEO in California that had during this period struck a deal with a Swiss company, a Swiss large pharma company. You can probably guess one or two of them at least. But they did this negotiation for a deal worth $200 million across the phone and Zoom meetings, and probably hired a local Swiss law firm to support them locally. And they did this without even meeting in person once. And then at the same time, this CEO realized that would they be successful in actually signing this deal, they would need to hire a lot of people. So he had asked some staff members to also look for new facilities and signed a facility deal the day after the big pharma deal. And then he realized that he would probably never have to use those facilities because people won't be traveling to work. He will have a virtual setup tomorrow, I guess. So that's probably the realities we face.
Yeah, no, I think it's really interesting. I also think that it's been a very exciting year for how technology and how mindsets have completely changed, and it's had to change. And what would we have been saying had the corona situation not have happened this year? And would our industry have moved so much forward? And actually, would everybody have understood how difficult it was to actually create a vaccine? But I think it's been a very, very interesting year.
Yeah. No, I hope we will be able to kind of continue to build on that sense of ability to collaborate across companies or between companies, but also between academia and the pharma companies, large and small together.
Yeah, I hope that our whole humanity can work in collaboration, and that actually the life science sector is actually going to actually also reach out to other sectors that we can learn a lot more from as well. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so our next speaker is Linda Thunell. And congratulations, Linda, because you have started your new company this year.
Yes.
So I'm very interested to hear how it's been. And you are now the founding partner of Adex Advisor. And you are committed to the process of bringing medicines to market without... look forward to hearing from you more.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. Yes, what I'm going to talk about reaches from development to commercialization. And as you can understand, this is a very huge topic. So I'm not claiming to bring up all aspects of this, but just to point out a few challenges and points to consider when you're developing a pharmaceutical product. Either if you choose to do all the work yourself in-house, or if you're considering to outsource the work or parts of the work to a subcontractor. So in the early development phase, you focus a lot on the clinical trial results of your product. This is exciting, of course, to see what kind of effect you can see for your product and what you can demonstrate. You have probably already set a goal for your project. Perhaps you're planning to sell it off to another company that will bring it to the market. That is, for instance, after phase 2. Or perhaps you're planning to actually put the product on the market yourselves, or perhaps by using licensees for other territories. Either way, it is important that you focus your work and make your decisions based on the same goal to successfully bring a finished product to the market. As Doug was saying earlier, to develop a new product, it's not easy and it's definitely not cheap. As we all know, it takes time and it takes a lot of resources. Anyone engaged in a research company involved in early development of a new substance or a new product knows that one of the major tasks for that company is to find funding. It's not something we prefer to talk about. It's more engaging to talk about the clinical results and the next trial and to project possible target groups or markets. But what are investors, people or companies that are funding the research looking for? Well, the obvious answer would be to make money, but also to add to that, to find an interesting project to invest in, to contribute to the development and growth, and later on benefit from. However, when you go into that kind of project, you really would like to balance the risk versus the opportunities, manage the difficulties. So even if you're not planning to take the product all the way to market yourselves, you will probably be more attractive. Your project will be more attractive if you have properly considered what is required to do so. So, what are the difficulties in the different stages? Well, there's a lot, of course. But first of all, lack of clinical results or a high incidence of adverse effects are the obvious risks. And the benefit-risk ratio, it's naturally fundamental for this decision if the project should continue or not. However, there are other factors that can pose a risk for your project or product, but they are not always obvious at the onset, but will materialize in later stages. One is, of course, compliance to regulations. Pharmaceutical products are, as we know, and as we are focused on highly regulated, every step of the development process is strictly regulated. How you design the preclinical and clinical studies, how you can use the data, and what you can claim. How the manufacturing process is performed and documented, and how the quality of the product is controlled and assured, which all should ensure that your products are effective and safe when put on the market. The submission process is actually an opportunity to present your dossier or product in the most optimal way to give your product the best chance on the market. But which markets are you considering and why? How is the submission dossier written and structured? How have you formulated the product information? You need to make sure that you can live with those texts even after registration. And not the least, do you have a safety system ready at the time of submission so you can manage pharmacovigilance for your product? Then finally, when you commercialize, you need to consider that different markets have different challenges. So do you have enough information for your launch plan? It is then also strictly regulated who is authorized to sell products and how the distribution is controlled. Not to mention what you can and cannot say about your product once you put it on the market. Now, this all adds up. And I saw a study a few years ago that very much confirms what Doug was saying earlier, that only about 50% of all new approved products generate revenue that actually pay back the investment that was required to develop and produce them. This would mean that half of all new drugs actually cost more than they bring in. They result in a net loss. At the same time, society places higher and higher demands on the medicines that are produced and also expects new effective medicines as well. All while the health technology authorities and payers naturally have a task of keeping society's costs for medicines as low as possible. Now, this is an equation that often does not add up. And therefore, it's not surprising that lately a lot of focus has been on market access. How to successfully bring your product to the market to the highest possible price. However, this has been under a lot of discussion and debated a lot, especially in the recent years where the industry claims increasing development costs while other stakeholders question that the development costs are really that high, that it motivates the high prices. Naturally, a lot needs to be done and is done in the other end as well. Efforts to try to stop this trend, to try to reduce the costs of developing new drugs. I think this is especially important for small companies with less resources. And this is also why it is so important to try to streamline the work during the development of new drugs and to identify and map risks as early as possible. To try to navigate between which risk you're willing to take and which you're not, but also to investigate alternative routes. In this exercise, my favorite areas, regulatory affairs and market access, actually play key roles, and therefore they are purely business critical functions. Because over the years, I have met companies with very favorable clinical results. They have a promising substance and often a patient population that is potentially large. Sometimes there is even no real competitor product. It all has the potential for a success, a successful product and a great product. And that is all great, and probably everything will turn out fine. But companies that are truly successful will also have to ask themselves a few vital questions. First of all, you need to make sure that the great results you have actually can be used the way you want. Have the studies been performed correctly with the right endpoints, according to current guidelines, etc., to support the registration of the product? Which target groups have you selected? Which indication and why? Second, who will pay for your product? Does the data you have collected during the development of your product also support a reimbursed price? Because in the pharmaceutical market landscape, the outcome of the regulatory procedure is of course critical. But gaining reimbursement and market access can actually determine the degree of success. Because there are actually examples of companies who have ended up in trouble in a very late stage of their product development cycle. For instance, there was a company we came across a few years ago who had found a great substance. They managed to raise substantial funds, also over the stock exchange. They developed and registered a product with that great substance, which had also a huge target population. And the clinical results were also confirming. They were both better and more convincing results than the comparative products. In addition to that, health economic and quality of life data showed cost effectiveness for the patient group. What could possibly go wrong? Well, the problem was that the health technology agencies and payers were not able to pay for it. So it was impossible to get reimbursement. Too many patients meant that this treatment, even though it had clearly very good results, could not be included in the reimbursement system for budgetary reasons. This was, of course, devastating, but luckily it doesn't always end that bad. But there are other examples or points to consider that could be potential late-stage difficulties, even for products, for instance, that has the status of orphan drugs, where the patient population, on the contrary, is very small. Health technology agencies generally rely on clinical and economic evidence upon launch. In addition, societal preferences and social value judgments are sometimes considered in the process and are critical for the approval, especially for rare diseases who has limited clinical evidence, high uncertainty, but at the same time a high unmet need. A recent study compared the prices for orphan drugs in Europe, where they, for instance, identified that the annual cost for orphan drugs in the UK did not appear to be related to the clinical effectiveness of the drugs. And there was no clear and standardized mechanism for determining the prices. Also, in other several EU countries, the prices of orphan drugs were influenced by factors such as the availability of an alternative drug treatment, repurposing of the drug, the length of treatment, administration route, presence of multiple indications, and impact in the overall survival and quality of life. And an analysis showed that orphan drug prices vary across Europe and even vary within countries, which reaffirms that there is currently no consensus on how the value of orphan drugs is assessed or should be assessed. This doesn't have to be a problem, but it needs to be considered already early. Because all in all these kinds of difficulties you never want to discover late in the development process. You want to identify potential risks and opportunities, for that matter, very early in order to be able to make the right decisions. You need to be careful that you choose the best formulation and dosage form, the right indication and target group. But you also need to try to look into the future and analyze the competitor landscape and project where the payer trends are going. So, because many years may have passed from the day you decided on which route to take for your product and the day when the price application is submitted. So I would like to end with a call. For a pharmaceutical company, regulatory affairs and market access are business critical factors. So make sure to bring those competences into your project really early, both of them. Evaluate your product or project thoroughly so you're able to make the right decisions from the very start and make a plan. And make sure that you can adapt the plan as you go along. It is probably best because the regulatory and political environment may change as you go along. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Linda. That was brilliant. I have a question because nobody's actually sending any questions into me. So if you have a question at home or the office, please do send them. That will be fantastic. My question is, how early is too early to engage with a outsourcing provider?
Well, I would say that it's never too early. Perhaps you don't have to use a subcontractor or an advisor all the way of your development process. But I think it would be a good idea to bring someone in very early just to make this decision and to discuss all aspects of the future development of the product.
And do you feel that your customers have an idea of a budget that actually sticks, or do they have an expectation that their budget is as that it is how it is, but actually that they should extend the budget so that it's actually more costly than they start to think it is? Is that something that they can maybe learn from the experience of trying to search for a provider?
Well, I think that is a difficulty because, of course, you have a limited budget. And I think that could be also a reason for why you tend to push these questions a little bit further down the road, especially if you're a company who are not planning to market themselves. Then that is someone else's problem, so to say. And it could be difficult to spend money on these kind of subjects early. But I think if you consider this, if you would be a larger company, this is what you do at the very start of a project. So but they also have the resources in-house, of course. They have a different situation.
Yeah, and you're also taking part in our panel debate this afternoon. So we're going to be debating more about this. So I look forward to having you as part of that as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, by magic, our next speaker, Lisa-Lotte Larsson, is actually going to be by link. So I hope that our technology does work. Yay! There's Lisa-Lotte. Hey, Lisa.
Hello. Hi. I see you.
Fantastic. So Lisa-Lotte Larsson is from Cantargia. You are the COO, and it was started in 2009. It's a Swedish biotech company developing pharmaceuticals for various types of cancer diseases, autoimmune, inflammatory diseases. So I'm interested to hear more about what you're going to say, and you're committed to cancer treatments of the future.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm sorry for this being so far away, but let us hope that the technology will be with us. I will try to share my presentation. And we did test it, so I hope it will work. And so I hope it's fine that you can see the presentation now. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, great. I was thinking the focus here is, of course, outsourcing and the use of outsourcing as a strategic tool. But to put it in a context, I would like to give you some background on Cantargia and how we become the company that we are today. With a short introduction first, and then a few words about our lead programs, and then I would like to end up with talking a little bit about how we use outsourcing in our daily life. Cantargia was formed, as you said, about 10 years ago. It was formed and founded by Toas Fioretos and Marcus Jaros from Lund University, and Kjell Sjöström from Innovagen, and we are based in Lund. And the whole company was founded around the discovery of IL-1 RAP, IL-1 receptor accessory protein, as a target for cancer treatment. The first discovery was actually made in different forms of leukemia, where it was found that IL-1 RAP was upregulated on leukemic stem cells and not on the healthy stem cells, and then of course a suitable target for therapy. But as we moved along and got further into the science, we also realized that IL-1 RAP is upregulated in very many different cancer forms, in solid tumors, both on the cancer cells and in the stroma around the tumor. So when we actually went into clinical development, we focused initially on solid tumors. IL-1 RAP, although it's not only interested in cancer, but it's also involved in more diseases like autoimmune diseases and autoinflammatory diseases. So what we have actually been doing after the initial clinical entry into cancer, we also started projects more focusing on autoimmune diseases. Also, we made an IPO in 2015, and since 2018 we are listed on the small cap in Stockholm Nasdaq. This is our pipeline as it looks today. We have the CAN04, which is the leading program. We have CAN10, which is earlier in the preclinical phase in systemic sclerosis and myocarditis. And then we have a platform of other IL-1 RAP antibodies, which can be used in other indications, and that we can select additional candidates from that platform. Yes, and the CAN04 program, it addresses a high unmet medical need in non-small cell lung cancer and pancreatic cancer. These two cancer forms are different, of course, but they have a common feature in that the inflammation is thought to be a driving here for tumor growth. So that is why we are focusing initially on these two cancer forms. Our antibody CAN04, it has a dual cancer and anti-cancer mechanism in that it inhibits the signaling of the inflammation pathway and the IL-1 signaling, as you can see here. And it also has a enhanced activity with ADCC, which means that it attracts the natural killer cells of the immune system to attack the cancer cells. So there are two ways of CAN04 to attack then the cancer, the tumors. A couple of years ago, when we had entered into the clinical development, Novartis had some results from a very large study of 10,000 patients in cardiovascular disease, where they were looking at an anti-inflammatory antibody, canakinumab. And as a side effect, you could say, in this study, they saw that there was a reduced incidence in lung cancer and also reduced death by lung cancer in these patients that were treated with this anti-inflammatory antibody. And this, of course, was very encouraging for us because it validated the IL-1 pathway as an important part here for cancer treatment. And also our antibody, then CAN04, it has a broader mechanism of action, as I described before, than the Novartis canakinumab. So this was very encouraging for us. And we have run one, let's say, large trial, a first-in-man trial with CAN04, which is now in phase 2. I will not go into detail about this, but the most important here is probably that we, after the dose escalation phase, when we selected the recommended phase 2 dose, we initiated a combination treatment in lung cancer and pancreatic cancer. We combined CAN04 with standard of care treatment. And this study is still ongoing, but a couple of weeks ago, we issued some interim data, which was very positive. For instance, this is from the pancreatic cancer arm. These are patients that have been newly diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And as you all know, this is a very severe disease and have often quite a rapid progression. What we could see from these first interim data was that we had an objective response in up to 40% of the patients. And this can be compared then to historical data with the standard of care, the chemotherapy alone, which is around 20%. And we have had a couple of patients that has also had a response that has went on for more than 12 months. So this is still early data, still a smaller number of patients, of course, but as we view it, very encouraging. We also had some positive interim data from the lung cancer arm. These are fewer patients. There are 9 patients that we have been able to evaluate so far. But we can see that 70% of these patients, they have an objective response. And we have one patient that has a complete response, which means that the tumor burden has been eradicated. And this response has been durable for more than 1 year now. So yes, we are very encouraged by this data, and we are moving forward in our development in different ways. So as I mentioned, this our target, IL-1RAP, it's upregulated in very many different cancer forms. So what we are doing now is that we are moving into, let's say, an expansion in different ways. We are moving ahead with the pancreatic cancer to registration studies, phase 3 studies. We are looking at other combinations, combining CAN04 with checkpoint inhibitors, for instance. But we are also looking to expand the number of indications into other areas of other cancer forms. So this is expanding in all directions, you could say. Then just very briefly, CAN10, that's our newly launched project. It's also an antibody against IL-1RAP. This antibody, though, it blocks several signaling pathways, not only IL-1, which is partly inflammation, but also IL-33, which is important, for instance, in asthma and allergy, and IL-36, which is very much active in different skin diseases. And we have made quite an extensive search of different indications where this could be a possible way of treatment. And we have decided to focus our initial development on systemic sclerosis and myocarditis, which are both very severe diseases, of course. And for this project, we plan to start clinical trials in early 2022. So this is sort of the context in where we are working, and to focus a little bit more on then the outsourcing that we are using. I say it was already from the start a very strategic decision from Cantargia. When the company was founded, it was run for a couple of years with the founders and also local consultants and CROs in the Lund area. In 2014, we started to build the organization that we have today. When Göran Forsberg was hired as a CEO, I came on board a couple of months later to head up the CMC development, because we figured out that that was actually on the critical timeline. Within a year, we had built our first, let's say, team with Lars Thorson in clinical development and David Lieberg in preclinical and cancer research. And with this small team, then we combined our work with a local network of consultants, and but also started to engage also more international CROs and collaborators. And we initiated all these activities in parallel: the CMC, the preclinical, and the clinical development. As an example, I would like to take the CMC development. This is the process for generation of the drug product of CAN04, starting already with the immunization and generation of the antibody itself, which was outsourced to GenScript, as you can see here. When the antibody was selected, it was humanized and deimmunized by Lonza in collaboration then with Innovagen in Lund, looking at the format, looking at the manufacturability, and so forth. When we had made a decision on the format, we licensed a cell line from Bioa, and had the cell line developed by Celka, which is now part of Sartorius Stedim. And then we engaged Glycotope, which was later acquired by Celonic, to do process development, GMP production for tox, production of drug product, and also actually initially also distribution of the IMP. So this was quite an extensive undertaking, of course, but it was made in steps, and we launched the first in-man trial in mid-2017. Then, as we have matured the project, we have added another product to our pipeline. We have, of course, continued to improve our let's say, our organization. We have always, let's say, continuous looking at how can we identify the necessary key capabilities that we have to have internally in order to be a efficient and informed client. We also have defined structures, how we manage our vendors, how we make supply qualifications. We are also, of course, continuously evaluating our vendors, their strengths and their capabilities. And I would say here that it's, I think it's quite important that you have both, let's say, niche suppliers who can be very precise and have a very precise expertise in a certain area, and then also the full service providers who would have a more overall capabilities and possibilities, of course. And you can see here from the illustration that our organization now has grown quite a lot. We have added new functions, we have added more resources. And we have also expanded our network of suppliers. When we entered the Nasdaq in 2018, we had about 30 different suppliers for our R&D programs. Today we are approaching 60 suppliers. and that you understand it's important that we can really organize well here and manage all those relationships. Again, as an example, I would like to take the CMC development here. Since we have now decided to enter into late phase development, of course, CMC is always on the critical timeline, and we don't want it to be that. So we have decided last year to transfer the process to Thermo Fisher, which is a slightly larger player with an extensive experience of commercial products and launches, and also more, of course, production capabilities and a large organization for process characterization, process validation, and so forth. And we expect that this CMO will then be able to support all the way into the commercial phase for CAN04. So just to summarize, we have in the near future a lot of important milestones. We have combination results from our phase 2 trials. We have new trials coming on for CAN04. And for CAN10, we have sort of restarted the process again with cell line development and process development, and have chosen to work with a local CMO, BioInvent in Lund, for this initial phase, at least for CAN10. So it sort of comes back again where we started. So, well, thank you. This was what I wanted to share with you at this point. So if you have any questions or comments, I would be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you so much, Lisa-Lotte. If you're wondering why I'm looking this way, I actually have a screen in the studio, so that's why I'm not. So it's anyway. Thank you so much for that, Lisa-Lotte. My question, as we don't have any that have come in, unfortunately, is about how you ensure that you find a sustainable partner, and how can our industry be more sustainable and make sure that we are dealing with the right partners.
Yeah, I think that's a very important question, of course, and a delicate question as well. I mean, what we are trying always is, of course, to consider all these things when we evaluate our potential suppliers. And I also think that the industry, if I look at the contract manufacturing industry, it has matured a lot over the last 10 years maybe or so, and you see a lot of consolidation in the industry, and I think that sort of really gives a more strength to the sustainability in the industry. So I think there's a lot of both on our side and on the supplier side. Of course, we have to be careful and know what we're doing.
Absolutely.
So,
great. Thank you so much. Okay, so our next speaker is going to be Pernilla Sandwell, who is from Index Pharmaceuticals. And Linda is also going to be our panel member. But before I introduce her, I hope everybody's using the app and also will find the programme with a participant list and other information. And I also want to thank all the partners who have made this event possible today. So Linda, good morning. Thank you for coming. You are from Index Pharma, and sorry, I'm just trying to find my card. Yeah, so do we have your presentation?
Not yet, but I hope we'll get there. I think we're a little bit ahead of the program, so.
So Index Pharma is a drug candidate which has combined a new type of drug that can help patients back to life, treatment in various immunological diseases. You were established in 2006 and you are the COO.
I am, thank you. So I will speak a little bit more about the company. But so my name is Pernilla Sandvall, and I'm looking at the technicians here in the room. If you could just fix the clock, thank you. That would be great. And you could think, how am I to speak about this topic? So I must say I have quite some knowledge, but I'm not a subject matter expert in how you select a vendor. But I do have quite some experience, which I would like to share here today. And my perspective is really from the years that I have come from Merck & Company, or MSD, the subsidiaries. I started there in clinical operation, and actually turned out that it lasted for more than 20 years. And the last years, I've been with Index Pharmaceuticals, then, SME company. So I started actually to work as a CRA in clinical operations. For those of you who know what that is, but you're really going to visit, it's doing clinical development, and you're working closely with the clinics, traveling a lot to those sites at the time, and we heard that things are changing. I continue then also with project management and people management and more strategically work, and I had the opportunity to work in the headquarters in New Jersey, in US, and there I had a more strategic function, working with focusing on patient recruitment and site selection, how you could do that strategically for a couple of programs that we were running. And then also to see and collaborate with a lot of subsidiaries, then focusing on Europe in particular. And in that role, I really worked a lot with how we were selecting vendors. And it was mostly then vendors for patient recruitment activities. But it was not only that. We actually touched of some other features in clinical operations as well. But then I started to work at Index. It's now more than 8 years since I joined Index as the Chief Operating Officer. And Index is a very small company compared to Merck, which had at the time, I think we were many 10,000 full of employees, and Index then being an SME company. So this has actually broadened my area of where I deal with vendors, because now I'm involved also in CMC part, the non-clinical parts, and all aspects of clinical operations for sure, but also other functions in a company that you have to actually have to run the company, more not than the core development parts. So I will mostly speak at the SME perspective today. And Index is a publicly listed company at Nasdaq, so I have to show this, and I'm not promising anything today, just so you know that. And a few words about Index, though, so you get the perspective. So we have cobitolimod, and it's being developed for ulcerative colitis, and we are in late stage clinical development, and we're moving into phase 3, and as you just heard from Linda, maybe you don't talk so much about the funding aspects of the development. You're focusing on the next study or the next project, but really this is something you really takes a lot of time and resources to get to the next study. And I'm really happy for the steps that we have recently taken and are taking to move into phase 3 now. So that's fantastic news. So cobitolimod is the only compound in clinical development, but we have a broad portfolio of substances from our DIMS platform. And DIMS, they are DNA-based immunomodulatory sequences. And they are all in either exploratory or preclinical stage of development. And as I said, we are based here in Stockholm at the Karolinska Institute, the campus in Solna. And we were listed at the Nasdaq First Growth Market in, it's actually 4 years. It was October 2016. And our main shareholders, they are SEB Venture Capital, it's Industrifonden, and it's Link AB with Bengt Julander, and it's the fourth AP fund. So cobitolimod, what's that? So that is a substance that's actually TLR 9 receptor agonist, and it's first in class for this therapeutic area, which makes it very interesting. And it's mimicking the microbial DNA as we're trying to illustrate in the figure. So cobitolimod is not a biologic, but it's a synthetic manufactured this mimic of the DNA. It's an oligonucleotide, and it then and then it's an agonist to the receptor, and by that it's causing this cascade of anti-inflammatory like cytokines. So the advantage is actually that we have, being in this is a competitive field with a lot of other drugs, but we are the only one with this therapeutic area. So that's cause and interest, and you can also address patients that have actually failed other mechanism of actions, and there is a potential then for us being actually combined with others at the same time, but because we are an enema, we are a local treatment, and most other compounds are actually systemically. So cobitolimod is given to the patients in a 50 milliliter enema solution. And a word about the UC. So it is a very debilitating disease. You might know people, it's not that rare, but to have it in a moderate severe stage is quite, luckily, not so common. And it is an inflammation of your colon, the last part of your gastrointestinal intestine. So the left-sided we are focusing on having an enema, and that's where the majority of the patients actually have their extension of their disease. And it's a chronic disease, but it comes in inactive and active periods. So in the last study we did, actually there were one patient, and he he noted then in his diary that he only had one period for that previous year. He entered the study, but that lasted 365 days. So while others, this patient was in a current flare all the time, while others might have one episode a year or every quarter, or a few in a lifetime. It's very unpredictable and very, very different between the patients. And the symptoms, they are very problematic for a patient. They are frequently bleeding because you have this inflammation. So it's bleeding, and it's a lot of mucus, and a lot of loose stools, and you have to run to the toilet often. And there is an urgency, and it's also social stigma to this. So some patients are very happy to speak about this openly, while to others it's really, really causing a problem. So it have a very negative impact on the quality of life. And Emma is one patient that we interviewed, and telling her story about this. It's really causing a problem for her life at all. So this is a summary slide that we use. And as you also heard from Linda, it was that how could you really attract investors and the proper partners? So this is a slide that we summarize the assets of cobitolimod, and you show the enema is on the whatever right side that is for you watching. But it's key. This slide you can use. It's our unique selling points, and you could use that for an investor, but you also use that for CRO or an external collaborator, because I think it's very important when you start to work with someone in a partnering setting. It's my preference that this person or this team or this company understand what you're working with, the disease as well as actually the product itself. So this is used a lot. And Index, then, as a company, we are 7 employees and we are 9 key consultants. So we would like really to see ourselves as in the Index workforce. And we need to ensure we have the core competencies. So those key consultants are really, very close to us all. I I speak for them now, but I also hope, and it's my feedback I received, that we treat everyone as being, index workforce. Information-wise, meeting-wise, whatever it is, we treat us. But we might not have interesting job for 100%. Linda, regulatory affairs that you heard here, she would not, it's not her, but she would not find it interesting to work for us for 100%. When we have one substance in clinical development. And at certain periods, we really need 100%. So the organization is very flexible. I'm really, really happy for the collaborators and the people we have on board. And if you count those boxes that you see, it's more than 16. So it means that you have different hats. So it's not that you're super focused on one area, but you also have to have split competences. What is important also, I would like to mention that, is that you adapt your organization at the stage of development, and that has an impact on your outsourcing strategy as well. So when Index was founded, it was actually in 2000. We had a big lab, and it was before my time, and there was a lot of exploratory projects going on until you really could find and more focus your strategy around the development. And when I joined then more than 8 years ago, the decision was taken that now we have this substance that's in clinical development and we need to focus on clinical development. So we actually closed the lab and since then done everything outsourced when it comes to the non-clinical work. Well, and clinical as well, of course, then. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So there are different models when it comes to outsourcing. So you could have either you could have this FSP model where it's functional service provision or provider, and that is more often a narrow scope, I would say. It could be just one individual that you have, or it could be a small company or a small team. But the focus is very, I would say, narrow. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's short in time. If you have a full service outsourced model instead, this scope is larger and it's more of a one-stop shop, I would say. And you could have an entire team coming into the company and do a certain part of a scope then, or it could be a project, or you could have your team integrated in that other company. So it depends a little bit about how the project, or what kind of project it is. And in Index we have a mix of this. Not a big team coming in, though. That I wouldn't say. But otherwise, it's a mix of the FSP and FS models. And how do you then choose a model? So, I mean, you really need to be careful with the scope. It is difficult to outline the scope, both when it comes to tasks and deliverables and milestones and timelines. But you really need to get a grasp on that, because that's for your own, of course, for your own knowledge, but also for the one that are going to collaborate with you, so they know what you really wanted. And communication is key, and that could be a separate topic around that. So if it is a small scope, I would say that we use our existing network. And being 16 people, and you multiply that with it is actually kind of a large enough network, because people know each other. We have also actually posted that we need help, so that could be. But more often, if it's a small scope, I would say we are reaching out to our network to get the expertise. If it is a larger scope, then you have to take in proper quotes of those different service providers. And an example is really that the clinical study, it's a big project, and being so small as we are, it's fully outsourced in principle. But actually you have parts which is not, that it is also, you can cut out certain things that we actually are responsible for Index, and then we have an FSP for that task. But if you do such a large scope, you usually talk about that you have RFIs and RFPs. So it's request for information to many providers, and then to be followed by a few only. And as an example, we had 10 CROs coming in for a clinical study, and that was the RFIs, and we carefully reviewed those, and we had some interaction with them to ensure we got the right picture from that vendor, that CRO, and then we met with 3 for doing a proper RFP, request for proposal, and it's like a full day setting when you discuss the project, the capabilities, and if it's a good match or not. So this is a quite time-consuming process, I should say. So remember that small scope, of course, go quicker, but large scope take a little bit longer. And well, it's a given, but I just want to emphasize that it takes some resources for you to do proper outsourcing. At Index, we have a hybrid model on a company level. So there are certain areas which is fully outsourced, and certain that are more this functional outsourcing. And I would say regulatory affairs more in line with the FSP model. And also to what's listed more shortly, the statistics, the IP. I mean, we have consultants, but we also have a company for the IP. IP is not really mentioned here, but it's key. I mean, it doesn't matter how good your results you have if you don't have covered by patent. So it's really important tasks. And also when it comes to investor relations and business development, the market access and research, that's not within our knowledge, but we do have a very experienced person on board that then are connected to those companies that are helping us. And the CMC parts, I mean, that cannot be done in-house. So we are in phase 3. It has to be manufactured properly. So we have one vendor for drug substance, and we have another vendor for drug product manufacturing. And you also need to consider this as how you develop your product and have that as a life cycle management to see how should the future look like for the product. There could be certain different formulations probably, and you have to start to work with early on as well. And when it comes to non-clinical, we have fully outsourced that, both the in vitro and in vivo research, and we try to focus on having one vendor. It's not possible all the time because it depends on the models you need. But we have one that we have more of a master service agreement with, and then take quotes for each project. But we also have a handful of CROs involved in those parts. And for the clinical development, we are, as said, we we have Covitolimod in clinical development, and now moving into phase 3 is for sure a large global CRO that we are contracting with. And finally, I actually get into maybe where I put out my neck a bit when I was talking about if it's necessarily bad or strategically beneficial to outsource. And I really think there are a lot of pros to this. So when you reach out to individual consultants or a big CRO, doesn't matter. They see so many projects, so they have a broad experience and they have flexibility in their organizations usually, or their network, which is super important because sometimes everything happens at the same time and we're just so many hands at Index. And they also stay abreast of what I wrote here, industry standards and requirements. And of course, we try really to be up to speed with everything, but it's a lot. So this is very valuable, and also the new perspective they could come in with and say, have you considered this? Because they come with fresh eyes. I really think those are very beneficial. The downside could be that I really think is that is the ownership and their vendor responsibility. I'm not saying that those vendors are not taking responsibility for the actual task they perform, that I don't have any quality doubts whatsoever. But to see how you could be a partner for the long run and sharing the difficulties that might be in the project, I think there is really where I'm struggling a bit to get this buy-in. And that comes to, there are many models, and maybe we'll discuss that later, Lucy, but I really think that is a little bit of a problem. What could also be difficult is that we as sponsor, we have very scattered. So if we would have been more, long-term focusing, we might have had better partnership with that CRO. It's not easy when you come one day and say you want to do one thing, and then the next day you come and want to do something else, or you might, build on what you have done, but they didn't know up front. So that also something as we as a sponsor need to be better on. And sometimes it's a little bit more changes going on at certain CROs than there are maybe at the company level. That what I have experienced. So I think there are really both pros and cons to the outsourcing model. And with that, I actually asked, maybe a bit naive, but I think finding all those pieces that are important for your project and by outsourcing to ensure that you could really fit that little last piece into your puzzle and have this product on the market finally. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Pernilla. That was really interesting, and I'm also looking forward to debating more about the pros and cons after lunch today. The question is, this has been a challenging year for everybody, but specifically, how challenging have you found it to find service providers and also hit those deadlines and targets that you're expecting? And do you have any thoughts or feelings on that at the moment?
Oh, absolutely, a lot of thoughts and feelings. No, but first, actually, we were very lucky in one way because we had our results from the phase 2b study last fall. So top line in August and all data prior to Christmas. So we had no ongoing study. And I must say that would have been really terrible for us if that would have happened. And I really feel the pain of other companies doing that, because it could, if it is like that patients cannot come to the clinics, the recruitment maybe are not so easy to do. But even though the patients, because they are sick, in our case, they are sick, they really need care. So they are coming, and many ongoing studies in this therapeutic area. It's not actually recruiting okay, and maybe with slight delay, but not so much. But what's happening is that maybe the data is not full, it's not coming in on time, so it causes hurdles. And I would say for us, being so small, we were really tight on financing. So if this would have dragged on for another year, that would have been terrible, I must say. So that, of course, is lucky for us, and it's challenging, but you just have to adapt, and I think the CROs are very understanding also. I understand that we said we were supposed to start now, of course, but you can't really start when a pandemic situation we have. That's like arrogant to the clinics as well. So but we have very good input, and we have very good feedback. So what I feel now with the plan that we had to replan, and we are now announced that we will start in second quarter. And the signals I'll get from various ports is actually in this therapeutic area that will probably be feasible. So
Okay, fantastic. I look forward to seeing your journey next year.
yeah, thank you. Me too.
Okay,
Thanks.
we are running ahead of time, which is probably good, because if you want to stretch your legs, grab a coffee, or go and get some fresh air, then please do so. We will be back at 11:05, but please continue using the app, send questions in, and I look forward to seeing you back at 11:05. Thank you.
Highforce Research is a chemical R&D partner. Our clients rely on us to create specialist materials and develop robust, synthetic manufacturing processes. Our partners use our materials in a range of applications, from pharmaceuticals to diagnostics, smart materials, and organic electronics. Our services include research and development of complex molecules, route design, process development, and contract synthesis, all backed up with a full analytical capability. We manufacture advanced pharmaceutical ingredients to GMP standards for preclinical and clinical trials. If you require a fresh perspective, please get in touch with our team. Highforce Research, your chemical development partner.
Okay, hello and welcome back. I hope that everybody has moved around and had some coffee and excited for the next session. I certainly am. So, our next speaker is Richard Philipson. He is from Kaleidos Therapeutics. He's the CMO. The company was started in 2004. They are in clinical stage biopharmaceutical company focused on identifying, developing and commercializing novel treatments in orphan indications, with an initial focus on hepatic with significant unmet medical needs, with renal area as well. So, Richard, I'm interested to find out more.
Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me to talk at this conference this morning. And I'm delighted to be here to talk further about the CRO-sponsor relationship in a successful global phase 3 clinical trial. I need to see my slides. Thank you very much. So I'll start just by giving some background about the company and our clinical trial program, as I think this will provide some excellent context for the subsequent description of the way we've approached finding a CRO partner for our phase 3 clinical trial program. So Kaleidos is a small specialty pharmaceutical company based in Stockholm and focused on the development of novel treatments for orphan indications, in particular renal diseases, but also expanding into hepatic diseases as well. Our lead product, Nefecon, is being developed for a condition called IgA nephropathy. I'll say a little bit more about this disease, which is a rare, serious, progressive autoimmune disease of the kidney for which there are no approved treatments. We're also building a franchise beyond that single product. So we recently announced the intention to acquire a platform of products focusing on NOX inhibition. So as I've already mentioned, our lead candidate, Nefecon, is being developed for the treatment of IgA nephropathy. This is a disease-modifying treatment which is targeting the presumed origin of the disease, which is in the gastrointestinal tract in the ileum. And it's positioned at present to be the first approved treatment for IgA nephropathy. And we're the only company that has successfully completed randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled phase 2b and phase 3 clinical trials in the condition, and both trials have met their primary and secondary endpoints. And we'll talk a little bit more about this. We pioneered a regulatory pathway which has led the way in developing a paradigm for allowing the treatment potentially to be accepted for accelerated approval using the surrogate biomarker of proteinuria. So a bit more about IgA nephropathy. This is a progressive autoimmune disease. There is a genetic predisposition to the condition, but you need more than just a genetic predisposition. So other factors, particularly environmental, exposure to bacteria, or other dietary factors may be involved in the condition. It's usually diagnosed in early life, in children and adolescents, and also then in young adults. And in Western countries, it's more prevalent in males and females. And we know that around about 50% of patients ultimately develop end-stage renal disease within around 10 to 20 years of diagnosis. We also know that proteinuria, which is one of the cardinal features of IgA nephropathy, so protein in the urine, is correlated with declining renal function, so as measured by what we call eGFR, or estimated glomerular filtration rate. So where you have high levels of proteinuria, this indicates a greater risk of disease progression and an increased risk of developing end-stage renal disease. It is a rare disease, so in the US there's around about 130 to 150,000 patients or people with the condition. In Europe, around 200,000 people with the condition. In China, it's not actually a rare disease, it's much more prevalent. There are no approved treatments, so the cornerstones of management at present constitute blood pressure control using ACE inhibitors and angiotensin receptor blockers, and these also have some effect in terms of controlling proteinuria. And then in certain specific situations, in patients with more severe disease, immunosuppressive agents may also be used. We have completed a confirmatory proof of concept study, a phase 2b clinical trial, which was conducted in 150 patients with IgA nephropathy. This was a randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled study where patients received treatment for 9 months, once daily treatment with Nefecon over a 9-month treatment period. And we conducted that clinical trial in Europe at 62 sites in 10 countries. And the outcome of that study was to show that treatment with Nefecon did indeed result in a reduction in proteinuria. In that clinical trial, we measured proteinuria, protein in the urine, using a metric called UPCR. That's urine protein to creatinine ratio. And we saw a substantial reduction in proteinuria over the treatment period with a corresponding stabilization of the secondary endpoint eGFR, estimated glomerular filtration rate, versus a reduction in eGFR in patients being treated with placebo. And overall, the treatment was generally well tolerated. Treatment-related adverse events were transient and mainly mild or moderate. And we didn't, in that study, observe significant metabolic events which can be observed with systemic corticosteroid therapy. And there were no severe infections in that study. So based on that clinical trial, around 150 patients, 62 sites, where there was convincing evidence of efficacy with an acceptable safety profile. So we have proceeded to set up and conduct a phase 3 clinical trial, which is called NefIgArd. And this will be looking, this is looking at the same primary endpoint. So that's UPCR at 9 months. And we're using the higher dose that was studied in the phase 2b trial, so the 16 milligram dose of Nefecon. And the study has 2 parts, a part A and part B. So overall, we're enrolling 360 patients. But in part A of the study, we're enrolling 200 patients, and this is a global study in 19 countries and around about 146 sites. So in this study, patients are randomized to receive Nefecon 16 milligrams a day versus placebo for 9 months of treatment, and the primary endpoint analysis in that part A of the study is evaluated at 9 months. All patients who come in should be on stable treatment with angiotensin receptor blockers or ACE inhibitors, and that stable treatment continues throughout the clinical trial. And these are the trial design criteria. Just to emphasize again, so there's a substantial increase in size versus the phase 2b study, so up from 150 patients to a total of 360 patients, but in the part A of the study, we were looking at the first 200 patients, and we're conducting this in a substantially higher number of sites and in a number more countries than the phase 2b program. So then moving on, we've described the clinical trial program and the context for the phase 3 clinical trial and the design. We've discussed the design of the phase 3 trial. So what were the challenges in executing this phase 3 trial? So firstly, as I've emphasized, IgA nephropathy is a rare disease. So around about 350,000 affected patients in the US and the EU. So that clearly sets it apart from the more usual kinds of clinical trials, as patients are somewhat more difficult to find. And we're a very small company. So when we started this trial, we had around about 10 people, permanent employees within the company when the phase 3 study started. So this is really a significant challenge for us as a company. And we also had to take into account this was going to be a global clinical trial, but as often is the case with rare diseases, there were differences in medical practice in different territories, in particular the way the condition is diagnosed, the way antihypertensive therapies are used as a background therapy, and the way other treatments are used to manage the condition in an off-label use setting. So those are some of the challenges that we faced in executing the trial. So what were we looking for in a CRO partner? Well, clearly, because of the number of patients we needed to enroll overall, and because of the scarcity of patients, this needed to be a global trial. The CRO needed a global reach in order to achieve the enrollment overall of the total of 360 patients at around about 150 sites. We really wanted to have a CRO, ideally with experience in nephrology. These studies are difficult to conduct. There are some very somewhat complex endpoints to measure. We have to be absolutely sure that sites are measuring the endpoints very accurately. And there are a number of other nuances to the trial where ideally we needed a CRO with nephrology experience, and even better if they have experience in IgA nephropathy. Certainly experience in rare diseases is very important to us, and we needed to see a track record of successful execution of rare disease clinical trial programs. And again, one of the challenges of this kind of trial program is we essentially have one bite of the cherry. We're conducting a single phase 3 clinical trial. So we have to make sure that the data collection is exemplary. So we need the CRO to have a strong clinical operations function with experienced CRAs, which is always absolutely critical to data quality in the trial. Moving on then, we have internal regulatory expertise, but we really needed a partner with the expertise to go out into all of these countries and navigate regulatory procedures in all of the selected countries. And every country has its own peculiarities in terms of the regulatory process. So we needed a partner who had knowledge and experience in all of the countries that were selected. In terms of statistics and data management, this is probably one of the most complex studies I've worked on in terms of the statistics. So whilst we have internal statistical expertise, we needed to mirror that with statistical expertise and expertise in data management at our CRO partner. Clearly, it's very important to have pharmacovigilance expertise. We didn't have that internally, so we were very much reliant on our CRO partner to provide those kind of core capabilities. And then finally, in terms of project management, this was a complex study, complex to operationalize, relatively complex design. I've mentioned how important measurement of the endpoints was. So we really needed expertise in project management, able to manage that complex study across a wide range of time zones with multiple stakeholders. So those were some of the challenges. That's what we were looking for. What did we do in terms of selecting the partner? What are the key aspects of partner selection? Well, right from the outset, you've got to ask the right questions of the partner, request for information and request for proposal. You've got to get those initial steps right and ask the right questions and build your knowledge and understanding of the capabilities of the CRO and areas of weakness. And this is going, you're starting on a process where you're going to build a relationship with a company and work with them for several years. So the relationships are crucial. And those bid defense meetings that you have with potential partners are similarly critical for establishing whether you can work together as two companies. I certainly think it's important to be cautious about CROs that say they can do everything, because in my experience, I don't think that's always possible. And I think for CROs to acknowledge areas of weakness can actually be a strength. And I think ultimately size matters. The size of the CRO is important. So it needs to be big enough to have a global reach with expertise, but nevertheless small enough that we can work effectively with a small pharma partner. So it needs to be big enough to cope, but small enough to care. You need to get off on the right foot. As I've already said, the relationship starts at the bid defense meeting, and you need to set the sponsor expectations right from the beginning, because we remain the sponsor and we need to ensure that we have oversight throughout the entire process of setup and execution of the clinical trial. Having a single point of accountability in terms of project management is crucial, so we need to make sure, and we did make sure, there was a single project management who has overall responsibility for our clinical trial. And then from the beginning, make sure that you've got a clear communication plan. You understand how your lines of communication are going to work with clear goals and clearly defined responsibilities. And then one-to-one functional relationships are crucial. So, we have internal expertise in various areas, clinical operations, statistics as examples. But those individuals internally within our company need to make sure they have absolutely close and tight relationships with their corresponding partner in the CRO organization. And certainly face-to-face meetings where feasible are absolutely invaluable to building those kinds of relationships. Ideally, we want to try and prevent problems before they arise. So be alert and as a sponsor and keep challenging. I think sometimes CROs can lapse into a kind of it's always done like this mode. So it's important to keep challenging that and to keep asking questions, and don't be afraid to ask questions. We always have to maintain oversight as the sponsor. CROs often have big departments, lots of experienced people. We acknowledge that, but we need to maintain oversight and we have to ask questions. But nevertheless, also listen and be respectful. That's why we chose the CRO partner, because we thought they were going to be good at their job, and usually they are very good. So we need to respect that and respect their experience in the field. What happens when things go wrong? Well, communication lies at the core, particularly when things go wrong. And talking, I think, is far better than defaulting. Sometimes I've seen this, well, more than sometimes I've seen this, that CROs can default. They're big organizations, they can default to long email mode. Talking is far better. And focus on the problem. Again, sometimes CROs can default to very large meeting mode. So I'm very much in favor of ensuring small groups of functional experts meet to try and solve the problems and avoid blame. I'm always aware how difficult the job is for the CROs. They have a really tough job, and most people I meet at the CRO partner is really trying their hardest and doing their best. So certainly, we don't know, things do go wrong in clinical trial programs. The key is to try and understand what's happened and to solve the problem rather than spend time attributing blame. Some of the typical ways that things can go wrong is misunderstandings. I thought you were doing that. That's a very classic example. Or, you know, we're not responsible for that. You haven't set out at the beginning a clear understanding of who was going to do what. Sometimes I have heard, particularly the CRO partners can say, that's not something we do now, we'll do it later. I think it's important, if you're not comfortable with that, to challenge it. If that doesn't meet with your timelines or when you want information or when you want things to be done, I think it's important to challenge that. Sometimes, again, they can allude to things that are not part of their process. But again, I think that it's always important to challenge that. So the keys to success: keep things simple, keep fighting the tendency to overcomplicate in these big studies with many different territories, many sites, with a big CRO. Things can get overcomplicated, so try to combat that and ensure to try and prevent the kind of problems that I've outlined. Try and ensure complete clarity and responsibilities of the sponsor and the CRO. And I think the sponsor has a really important role in that. The CRO isn't a mind reader, so you have to explain what you want, explain your expectations, and revisit those expectations. And make sure you're planning ahead. Sometimes we can all get buried in the day-to-day activities of the project. Even the project manager can do that, so it's important to work with the project manager and encourage that the longer term objectives are clear and recognize success. So based on all of that, our selection of the CRO partner, we've been through a critical period in the study. We've spent the last 2 years executing the study with our CRO partner, and I'm pleased to say that we had a successful outcome in the phase 3 clinical trial, where we expanded up into more centres, more countries, but nevertheless we virtually replicated what we saw in phase 2b in terms of reduction in proteinuria and stabilisation of EGFR with very good tolerability findings. And that sets us on the path to be the first approved treatment for IgA nephropathy. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. That's very exciting, especially for the patients that have this unmet need.
Exactly.
My question is, how easy is it to find the right partner when you are an orphan drug? And to find that CRO that you actually believe in, you trust, and also you want to have that long relationship. And how did you find their weakness as well? Because I think, you know, specifically this year, it's been challenging for everybody. And I think that actually what's been lovely is to find out more about people and their actual, you know, you get to see their living rooms, you get to see where they're actually living, you get to meet their pets. Yes. And it's really nice. And I think that's something that actually our industry is very good at. But what's your experiences of that?
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right. It is challenging. There are lots of CROs out there, and you know, most of them will say they can do the job. So, in my own personal view is, and I hope it was conveyed at least in part in the presentation, is it's those personal relationships. It's when you meet with people that's so important. And what is the sense you get when you meet the team at a potential partner CRO? You know, and I have to admit that my judgments are based significantly on the sort of the feel I have for the when you meet with the team that you're going to be working with for 2 or 3 years. And if you don't connect with that team, technically they may be very, very good, but that's a warning sign for me that if you and the rest of your team, because it's not just down to me, if you're not connecting with those people at the first meeting where you're talking about the study, I think that's a warning flag.
Absolutely. Great. Well, I think we're going to discuss that also this afternoon on the panel debate, because we're also going to talk about new business models and what the future is going to look like. So it's very interesting. But thank you so much, and
You're very welcome.
congratulations on the future that you've got.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Evelina Vega-Sofro. She is the CEO for Ilia Pharma. It was started in 2016. It's a clinical stage biopharmaceutical development company. They are developing the next generation biological drugs for the treatment in wound, in skin and mucus. They've also been successful in being part of the EIT health programs as well, which is fantastic. So Evelina, I hope you are here online, and as they say in Eurovision, there you are.
Hi, nice to see you, and nice to be invited to share our journey with you. I very much look forward. And now I'll see if I can share my screen. So thank you very much, and I'll share a bit about what we do at Ilia Pharma, and then I'll come back to also how we managed to develop a novel API to clinical developments. So this is a bit of a background about the company. So it's a very classic academic spin-off that came from Uppsala University and the Swedish University of Agriculture. I've been working with this project for over 10 years as part of my PhD research in the beginning. But we founded the company in 2016, and we've received different types of grant funding, made some private investment rounds, and here you can also see that we have currently 2 projects. One where we develop a topical product, and we've also started a project where we develop an oral product. So here you can also see that our development costs increase over time, but so does our employees and also the number of subcontractors that we engage. So the light gray bars here is the number of subcontractors. We've had quite a lot of interest about this project from different stakeholders and programs, and we continue to be in different accelerator programs and other to sort of keep developing the company with this product. And this is the current team. So we engage around 40 people on a weekly basis from 6 countries. And if we put them together, it's around 90 to 20 full-time equivalents. We currently engage more than 30 subcontractors in the development, and I'll come back to how we work with this in the end of the presentation. But for sure, we have a very dynamic organization, and I see it more as development projects that are expanding, and we have our organization to support the development of the projects. What's been very important for us is, of course, Peter Frank. He joined quite early, and he took previously bacteria from phase 1 to 3 as a pharmaceutical product. And also Margaret, of course, has helped out a lot in the regulatory processes so far. So the innovation, for those of you that has not seen this before, is Our lead compound consists of a Lactobacillus reuteri, where we induced a plasmid that expressed the human chemokine CXCL12. And this is our API. And there are no chemokines being pharmaceutical products today due to their short half-life in vivo. So this is one way of overcoming that. So we freeze-dry them, and just before use, we resuscitate the product and add a small volume of liquid to the wound in skin. And there the bacteria live for about 1 hour and produce the chemokine continuously to the wound surface. And the mechanism of action is that we change the local microenvironment in a way that the immune cells think that the wound is larger than it really is, and then more immune cells are recruited, and they add an extra gear to facilitate the healing process. So more specifically, it's a macrophage that produce more TGF-beta earlier in the healing process, and this is why it's accelerated. So for the gastrointestinal tract, or wounds in the colon, the mechanism of action is a bit more complex, but we have a very interesting mode of action that we'll come back to. And this is to the right, you can see how the product will look like and looks like. So we really have a technology platform for this and multiple drug candidates. We cannot generate 2,000 compounds. We have built and tested 6 compounds today. Of course, our lead program is in wound healing, acute and chronic, and we have been receiving support from the European Commission for these programs, both the phase 1 and the phase 2 trial. And we also received a small grant of support for our program in inflammatory bowel disease. The compounds are classified as cell and gene therapy, advanced therapeutic medicinal products, ATMPs, by the EMA, but as gene therapy by the FDA. There are specific support programs for the regulatory processes forward that we will explore, such as the Interact meeting, RMAT designation, and the ATMP certification process with EMA. So for the wound healing part, we have identified two tracks that we think are important, that support each other. And we will aim to start a trial in treatment of post-surgical wounds in patients with prediabetes and diabetes. And there we have identified a bilateral model of surgery, breast reduction surgery with inverted T incision. And the development objectives we have is to show acceleration of healing in this patient population, but also show reduced wound complications, reduced scar size, and reduced cost of care. And we know that in this patient population, there are delayed wound healing with some weeks and large number or highly increased complication rates. And some, even with prediabetes, are denied surgery for these reasons. The more classic indication in diabetic foot ulcer is where we have received an EIC accelerator grant, and we will run a phase 2A study starting next year. So here we know that we need to be better than the one ever approved pharmaceutical product in this space, but also another medtech product where we need to show more than 10 to 15% efficacy. We also aim to show reduced frequency of wound infection, reducing 5-year mortality, and reducing cost of care. So for our product, we have scaled the bioprocess already to large scale. We have good 2-year stability. We know that we will have a COGS of around 10 to 20 euros, and we think it's an easy-to-use off-the-shelf product. And we have done the first analysis of eligibility for reimbursement of this product. So in 2017, we received our first EU grant, and this has been very important for the company to keep speed in the developments. So the Horizon 2020 program should fund sort of innovative programs with a little bit of higher risk, but that could meet a significant unmet medical need. So our project covered our first tox study, our first GMP manufacturing and the first in human trial that we did in healthy volunteers where we induced wounds in the skin. And we reported this project in 2019. So we've just completed a first in human trial in 36 healthy volunteers. That is a randomized, double-blinded, single-center, placebo-controlled trial. We've had multiple assessments, but the primary endpoints are, of course, safety and local tolerability. Since this is a novel API, we wanted to have a sort of extensive and clean first clinical trial because it's important also for other indications with these type of compounds. We had multiple secondary endpoints looking into the mechanism of action and also environmental safety. We've also invested in quite some exploratory endpoints for being able to measure the wound healing, blood flow, and wound microbiome in a very quantitative manner. And this is when we show all the full development for this project. And as you can see, we've had multiple regulatory interactions, both in Europe and also in the US. And this has been very important for us also to keep speed in the developments. And looking into the market for this product, we just think that there should be more pharmaceutical products for these patients. The active wound care space is the smallest part of the market, but also growing the fastest. And looking into the post-surgical wound treatment, there are only 24 clinical trials ever started with pharmaceutical products, and only 12 of them are completed. And just in November now, the FDA also opened up for more endpoints for the phase 3 trials, which we see as very important for the industry and the patients and a significant opportunity for Elia Pharma. And this is how we envision the market landscape in 2025. And our main competitors are skin substitutes and other biologics. And to the right, we just show some of the main products in this field. So moving over to the GI tract, we initially had data in also healing mucosal wounds as part of our IP. And then we just got so many questions about this project and really wanted to explore this. So for inflammatory bowel disease, biologics is one part of the treatment. And in the middle, you can see the response rate in Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. And for this, we just think that there is space for more pharmaceutical products targeting different pathways to dampen the inflammation and restoring function of the tissue. And perhaps our substance could be one of them. So as a background science, the co-founders in Elia Pharma have spent almost a decade on delineating the mechanism of action for the specific bacterial strain that we use. And they've shown that this strain affects the mucus layer in the colon, the epithelial tight junctions, the subepithelial mucosal immune cells and the colonic lamina propria. And this mechanism of action is through B-cell, T-cell interaction in the Peyer's patches in the end of the small intestine. And this has downstream effect in the colon. And what they could show with the wild-type bacteria is that treatment protects against colitis development as a standard probiotic approach. What we've done in Elia Pharma is to develop a model where we induce active disease in mice, and then we start treatment at day 5. And with the 6CL12 expressing bacteria, we could revert disease progression, as you can see in the green bar here. And at the end of experiment, we also inhibited fibrosis development. And the mechanism of action here is quite more complex, but our main finding is that we see a more anti-inflammatory phenotype of the local immune cells in the colonic tissue. And here the mechanism of action is not attained to one immune cell, but rather a phenotype shift of the different immune cells in the colon. And then I couldn't help myself to position this intended drug against the TNF-alpha inhibitors. So we think that there would be significant benefit to patients if we could develop an oral treatment with local effect, low cost of manufacturing, that could be stored in room temperature with a good shelf life. We think that this type would have a significantly better availability to the market and absolutely a better safety profile. So this is the gap that we will bridge forward. And this is when we put our whole company development, our financing with the 2 projects that we're currently running. So we have received quite a number of risk-shared funding, and we've done 4 share issues to date, and we have an open issue 5, we call it, but sort of a Series A round that we're working with to cover the 2 phase 2 trials and also to advance our oral project to be clinical ready. And then a bit to how we work with subcontractors or how we work with outsourcing. And I think some things that have been important for us is that we have an innovative and new API. We mainly worked with the bacterial strain was identified by one of our co-founders, which means that there were no pre-existing expertise about this strain at CROs or CMOs or CDMOs already. We also work with chemokines, and as I said, there are no chemokines being therapeutics today for good reasons due to their properties. It is a cell and gene therapy product, ATMP. Maybe now it's also called synthetic biologics or biotech therapeutics. And this is a very evolving field, and more than 90% of the small and medium enterprises in this field, they have been founded after 2016. And most of them are in preclinical phase. Some are approaching clinical phase. There are a couple in phase 1 and very few in phase 2 development. There are only 4 projects and APIs globally that we know of that are genetically modified bacteria expressing a human protein that are in clinical development. And they are on different strains and expressing in different indications. It's extremely important that we could not really do this as a sort of mainstream development project. We had the first findings always in vivo, so we never really selected a drug candidate based on the properties of the candidate, but more of how it worked in vivo. In the beginning, we couldn't outsource so much simply because there were no expertise out there. And over the years, the knowledge about the regulatory path as well as cell and gene therapy projects have evolved in the whole industry, I think. And it's very evident that it's much more a case-by-case development. We have done a lot of the bioprocess and analytical development in-house, but and generated the first knowledge on this. And then we have outsourced to, maybe I would call them smaller and more agile CROs parts in the beginning, because that's where we could build new knowledge together with them, and they also had timelines that corresponded to our expectations. And what we've done the last 2 years is to invest in transfer and analytical and bioprocess developments to larger CROs that have worked with cell and gene therapy projects before in clinical phase. This is to sort of risk mitigate for us, but also as a way to increase quality with the developments. And we have created a lot of knowledge in the interface between Elia Pharma and the different CROs that we work with. And to the best of my knowledge today, it's more than 100 people that have worked with our compounds and contributed to generate all this knowledge about the products. And I just think that even though we keep transferring and invest in this transfer to larger CROs, for our GI project in inflammatory bowel disease, we now sort of start all over this journey. And then we can really much benefit from all the knowledge that we've built on this project with the smaller and more agile CROs. And the more we learn about this project, also the more we sort of mature as a company and can facilitate all these relationships. So I think that was what I intended to share with you that has been important for us and a bit how we work.
Evelina, that was fantastic. And I love your passion as well and your drive and your determination that you have. I have a question on with regards to the wound product. What's your plan on how to actually sell this eventually?
I would say that also there we have matured and developed a lot the last years. So with our, we can now see for this product the pathway to market approval. And that's how we work with the projects. Regardless who's going to sell it and who's going to submit a file for market approval, we need to make sure that the projects are top-notch and that we have positioned them in the, to be able to receive approval and that there is a space in the market. So we are of course open to industrial collaborations. We have some discussions with medtechs and pharma companies in the space, which I think is important because there is quite a long sort of learning process for a project like this. But we are confident, so we keep investing in the development programs, and maybe we will take them to market, maybe someone else. We'll see. The most important we feel is that when we prove how they work in the different phase 2 projects in these special needs populations, we have to make sure to design the later stage development so it fills a gap in the market and can address the unmet medical need in wound care in the best possible way.
And are you also interested in adding sensors to this so it can actually be a digitalized, so that the patients can actually get feedback from how well the actual wound is healing as well?
I think that's important as a part of the treatment for each patient. We have collected more than 100,000 data points in our phase 1 trial. More than 50,000 of those are in different types of imaging assessments. So we are really investing in knowledge about that as well. And there are some solutions where the wound could be photographed and the treating healthcare staff and the patient can share the developments of the wound, but they are not today widely used, I don't think. There are a couple of solutions that we're investigating and we will implement some of them in our phase 2A trial. But we think it's important for these patients to actually have evidence-based treatments and more power in their own treatment.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for being part of this. And we have to say bye-bye from the studio. And then I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who is Ian Cotgreave. He is a gentleman that is working for RISE. RISE is an organisation that started in 1993. They are a research institute and have an innovation partner with 2,800 employees, engage in and support all type of innovation processes. They have 100 test beds, and their quote is "Life science for a better future." So I am very much looking forward to hearing from your speech.
Thank you very much for inviting me today. And first of all, I'd like to explain my background history. I'm an academic from the beginning, Karolinska Institute. I spent 10 years of my life working at AstraZeneca, preclinical safety assessment of drugs, entering into human. And now, as you've already said, I'm in RISE, where I spend a lot of my time trying to explain to small and medium-sized enterprises that there's no such thing as a standard safety package to first into human. You could probably buy that at eCare or get it at the post office, but there is actually an individualized way of approaching safety assessment of all new chemical entities to human. And one of the areas that's really making inroads into this is, of course, the area of artificial intelligence and computational science, excuse me, and having its effect on early drug discovery. So this focuses on drug discovery, this particular presentation today, and small molecules essentially, but of course they're relevant also to larger molecules as well. If you look into the popular press, you'll find everybody sort of hyping the area of AI, artificial intelligence, in drug discovery and development. And here you can see a few examples of both large companies, public lobbying bodies, journals publishing papers on the subject. So it's a growing area, and quite clearly the word artificial intelligence is used. And essentially, what does that mean? Well, it essentially means that yes, you are studying quantitative structure-activity relationships, but you're actually remembering what you learned yesterday and putting it back into practice. So you're data-driving model development all the time so that the models become more effective, more predictive, and work faster. And so there are a number of buzzwords along here. You can see in the middle, you'll see artificial neural networks, you'll see decision trees, you'll see instance-based algorithms. These are all different terms which essentially refer to machine-based learning. So as the machine learns, just like the brain, as it learns and sees more information, it adapts its models and it adapts its behavior to provide better predictions. And this is just a slide to show you some of the large pharma, the big fish on the left-hand side of the picture, who are partnering with smaller, specific AI-based companies providing services. And essentially, if you take AstraZeneca, for instance, they partnered to study possibilities in the area of chronic kidney disease development. You'll see Pfizer also working with the famous Watson, IBM. Most of these partnerships are around drug discovery. So actually the pharmacological side of AI and its use in pharmaceutical development. But actually AI is making inroads into all areas, if you like, of the process. And I put a circle around drug discovery because that's where I work. I have most of my experience. And I put a little red circle around toxicology or toxicity or safety assessment, because one often forgets that actually it's not just the pharmacological properties that you're interested in. You're also interested in to try and optimize the molecules from a safety perspective in concert with the pharmacology. This is RISE, where I work, and I am part of a larger unit called Health and Life Science. And in there, we also have abilities to produce CMC products and also formulation. So most of the people working in this particular division in Södertälje are all ex-AstraZeneca or have had some dealings with AstraZeneca. Of course, it's fairly obvious we are in Södertälje, but there are a lot of new collaborators that have come in also to facilitate these various units. The important thing is that they live in the same house, and so they're all unified in an approach. This is my unit. We deal with all aspects of safety assessment to first into human studies and beyond. And that includes in vitro, that includes in silico, what I would call computational science, but also having in vivo facilities to do the necessary and required regulatory studies when needed to be done and backed up with bioanalysis. But my focus today is on in silico toxicology. And of course, where would you put that into the safety assessment paradigm? Of course, safety assessment is carried on all along the development process, from the very target design, the target designation, all the way to and beyond actually marketing. But safety assessment from an in silico perspective is primarily inserted into projects individually very early on in structure design, trying to optimize the structure from a safety perspective. And I'm just going to show you a few examples of how that's done in a while. But let's just remind ourselves of the classical design, make, test, analyze cycle, which when I was at AstraZeneca was quite a slow process. Used to take 12 weeks to 16 weeks to have a structure made, retested, and then come back for an analysis and say, no, we need to remove that, we need to remove that, can you do that, can you do that? And then the resynthesis would occur. It's a fairly slow process. But here we have great opportunities to use computational and AI-based methods to really tune the process up so that it's running really fast. So this is all about in silico AI-based applications. And of course, there are a lot of providers out there who will already have algorithms that you can use for various kinds of risk prediction, physical chemical predictions, ADME predictions, and so on and so forth. These are just a couple of examples of ones that commercial products that we use to assist our customers. Clarity, for instance, will also predict off-target binding, for instance, if you're interested in secondary pharmacology. Leadscope has many suites for hazards, different kinds of hazards, but it also has a suite that's accepted. The results are accepted by the FDA as a report direct on genotoxicity potential. So these are the kind of tools that are available to us today from providers to us, which we then apply in our projects. Of course, there is also the metabolism and excretion and absorption part, and there are tools available as well, which we use. One of these is called ADMET Predictor, which will also define potential metabolites, whether they are risky or not. Also, physical chemical characteristics are included, and some degree of pharmacokinetic prediction as well. Those things we use routinely in our work, but we try to develop our own tools as well. And these are a few examples of the way my colleagues and I at RISE are trying to push the boundaries a little bit on the use of artificial intelligence-based methods in novel areas. And of course, normally what you would do with a machine learning tool is that you would use the chemical structure, convert it to what's called a SMILES, and then you would put that into some sort of algorithm. That is a one-dimensional string of information which tells you nothing really about the quantum mechanical structure of the molecule. There must be a better way. And in fact, this is the way we're trying to change the way in which we develop models by using novel approaches such as the one quoted here, which is using molecular encodings, which is a way to encode structural information, quantum mechanical structural information, into an encoder and then have that put into a neural network so that you can make predictions based on that. And one example would be on the top of the picture here, you'll see the normal process of trying to find out what the particular novel toxicological property of a molecule might be or might not be by coding in and looking for that. But at the bottom of the picture, you can also perform in silico structural changes to the molecule and quickly define whether you would have removed that particular bad property of the molecule or whether it persists with the change in structure. And all of this can be done repetitively and iteratively very fast. We're developing models based on this kind of approach for the normal sorts of things that you would really want to understand early on in a project. Do I have organ-specific toxicity liabilities? If I'm a large molecule, do I have antigenicity problems? Do I have other ways of triggering the immune system, cell-based responses? If I'm potentially an endocrine disruptor, and also other models based on physical chemical characteristics, barrier penetration, biodegradation, which is also important very early on to understand whether your molecules would be biodegradable and green. And of course, all of this gets fed into much faster, smaller iterative cycles, and there can be many of these inside the DMTA cycle program. It might just be one. You might have to go around the house only one time to get a molecule that you think is optimized, but they may well have to go around several times. But using in silico techniques, this can be speeded up really rather dramatically. And of course, that can lead to better design, quicker design, and more security in the fact that the molecule you're carrying forward will give you no surprises at the end of the day. And we at RISE are trying to use these kind of approaches to stitch together sort of fabric of different requirements for the development of compounds early on, including CMC, including formulation, including safety. These are the normal areas that we work with, using AI-based technologies to speed up the process of integrating these as well, so that you get faster optimization, faster decision making, and faster project progression. And so the 3 F's there I would ask you to remember. They're important. And so I would like to thank all my colleagues at RISE. I've only been there 2 years now, and they've all been very welcoming. and leave you with this sobering thought at the bottom of the picture. So AI is here to stay, even in safety assessment, I proffer.
Absolutely. That was very interesting. I think that we are sometimes living in some sci-fi film as well, but actually it is the future, and we're also in the here and now. How can people get more involved with RISE, and how can they get to know what you're actually doing and how you can help them?
Well, it's very easy. I mean, I'm standing here as a representative of RISE, who will willingly take any contact that comes to me. And RISE is a large organisation. It's only just learning how to integrate its facilities in a way that really speeds up the process of drug discovery and development. So we are trying to develop ourselves inside as well. But the more contact we have with potential problems out there, we are problem solvers. The more input we get from industry, the more we learn and the more we can adapt. It's like an AI process itself. So just call me. That's as simple as that. We have many representatives in Sweden that would be happy to hear from you.
Yeah. Another question that I had was about the challenges that you've seen this year. How there's a lot of drug formulation for obviously the corona and things like that. Have you seen anything specifically in RISE with regards to that, or?
Well, clearly there are new drug discovery programs going on all the time, and formulation, particularly for COVID, by inhalation, it's kind of a special art, and we have large experience from our AstraZeneca days in inhalatory products. So yes, we are seeing increasing demands for advanced formulation in that area, but also advanced formulation in the area of biologics, and where we also have considerable expertise as well. So it's a growing area, obviously.
Yeah. And how is the business model for engaging with RISE?
Well, RISE is obviously it's a government organisation, a government-funded, government organisation. It's a company. Our model is to support Swedish innovation and keep our noses above water financially, hopefully. Pia, our CEO, would really like to hear that. Of course, the business model is that we are partners in crime. We want to see your project move forward. You own the IP. We are simply the catalyst in that sense to your progression. And so the business model is that that's how we would engage with you. But we always are willing to take any kind of fundamental discussion around prospects and potential, because it's a large organisation. There could be bits and pieces of RISE that could be useful to your project that even I didn't think about at the beginning. So I can reach out to my colleagues in the network and bring them in.
Okay, thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you very much.
You've heard about the future of today. RISE is the future and to your go-to shop. Great. Well, we are going to head to lunch. Please stretch your legs, have a coffee, and also make sure that you eat. Go and have some fresh air, do some yoga, walk the dog, and we'll be back after lunch with what my favourite part of the day is, the panel debate. So I'm looking forward to thrashing out what the challenges are and what the future is also going to be. So we look forward to seeing you back at 1:15. The presentations from today you will be able to receive, and I would also like to thank our partners again for being able to make this event possible. Thank you.
Today, so many immunoassay companies talk about quality. But what are they really saying? Unfortunately, not much. And when it comes to your research projects or clinical studies, just talking about quality is not enough. It's simple. Your work requires the most accurate measurements and reliable results, which is why at Mercodia, we don't just talk about quality, we make high quality a reality. At Mercodia, high quality is thorough product validation. All design specifications are set with our customers in mind, and every product undergoes an extensive validation of assay performance. At Mercodia, high quality is extensive reagent control, meaning well-documented processes, minimal lot-to-lot variation, and assurance that the intended performance of our products meets all regulatory guidelines. At Mercodia, high quality is fast customer service and technical support, so you'll get timely, honest, and reliable answers from us, the actual developers of your kit, without a minute wasted. At Mercodia, high quality is MAX, the Mercodia Assay Quality System. MAX is the world's first quality system certification of its kind, consisting of a comprehensive 69-point program which guides the entire process from raw materials to the final immunoassay kit. Only Mercodia assays are MAX certified, and the MAX certification guarantees that you'll be able to publish, present, and utilize reliable ELISA data that you trust. To learn more about our market-leading MAX certified products, give us a call or explore our website today.
Life Science Sweden organizes 6 international partnering events every year, and you are watching one of them. My name is Maria Eriksson, and I'm the founder of those events and business development manager of Life Science Sweden. We are the leading life science media and event organizer in the Nordics. Through our magazine, lifesciencesweden.se, our newsletters, our membership, and our events, Life Science Sweden offers a complete communication platform for you to reach out to your target group. Visit lifesciencesweden.se for more info. Please feel free to send me an email or give me a call to discuss how we can help you optimize your communication and marketing. It's an honor for me to introduce our editor-in-chief, Samuel Lagercrantz. If you have any opinions about or suggestions for the magazine, please send Samuel an email or give him a call. Through our event app, you will have the opportunity to ask questions to the speakers during the event. Feel free to text questions at any time. The moderator will receive the questions that will be asked to the speakers after each presentation and during the panel discussion. In the event app, you will also find a program, participant list, and other information.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to this exciting studio in Stockholm Waterfront Building this afternoon. We're going to start with our panel debate, and I hope everybody's had something to drink, something to eat. They've moved around, they've had some air, and they were all energetic to have the last session of the day here at the Pharma Outsourcing. So we're going to kick off with our panelists. I am welcoming back Dag from Leaf. I'm also welcoming back Pernilla Sandvall from Index Pharma, and I'm also welcoming back Linda Thunnex from RX Advisor. So if anybody has any key questions, then please email me or send me a message on the iPad, and we'll definitely ask those to the panelists. I think that we should really talk about the elephant in the room, which is obviously the corona and the vaccines and the logistics chain. We actually had a pre-panel debate conversation yesterday so that we could actually get this moving. So we were talking about the logistics issue. So and one of the issues that we were starting to talk about was freezers in -70 and how easy is it going to be to have the vaccines delivered. So Dag, do you have any thoughts on this?
I think that we need to rely on the supplier, the company, or the companies actually producing the particular vaccine with those attributes. But they claim that they will be able to crack this. I don't know if you were a manufacturer of freezers, what you would do in this. You should ramp up your manufacturing, knowingly that the demand will be very high, for a very short period of time, because the same companies are involved in actually developing new formulations that don't necessarily need that. So it's a huge challenge, but it's important to crack it.
Absolutely. Linda and Pernilla, do you have any thoughts on the challenges that we potentially have with logistics and the chain of trying to get the drugs to the right place at the right time? I know that we talked at lunch about how interesting it is to actually get them from the manufacturers to the actual site of where the actual clinical trials are. So do you have any thoughts on this?
Not involved, if you listened previous this morning, we are definitely not in the vaccine area. But from a logistic point of view, there are so many players. So I can just mimic what you just said, that we have to trust the suppliers, and both when it comes to then the freezers, but also the logistics. And we know also many companies have actually really tested their chain already before even being approved on the market, that the logistics chains are being built up. And I mean, in our countries, it's done that way as well, that you're really reaching out to the different parts of Sweden as well to see what can we utilize. So really to find every possible actor that could be involved. I think that's key, but I have no insights to share like that.
Yes.
Perhaps there is another thing to add to this also. It's healthcare system readiness. It's you don't necessarily only need the vaccine to be moved out to where it's supposed to be used, but you also need nurses and queues and not spreading the virus further, but because you have people standing in line for the vaccination, and that's a huge undertaking for healthcare systems. And I get a sense that to varying degree we are prepared to do that, but fingers crossed, I guess.
I think that's also really interesting for the future of the pharma business. Actually, we've made so many leaps and bounds this year for people understanding how difficult and how challenging it is to actually create a drug, especially a vaccine, because we've all been told it's very difficult. So to have, 4 really good players in the market potentially at the moment, that's really interesting. Are we going to be able to keep that momentum with personalised medicine and the drugs of the future? And are we also going to be able to have the publicity that we've had and to actually get the public to understand what our industry is doing? And I think that's been really good this year, actually, to understand how hard it is and how hard the scientists work, the researchers, and to actually how much is involved in our industry.
Right, I think you're looking at me, and I think you're onto something very interesting, because it's quite impressive. It's less than a year since we actually got to know this bug, and we have seen a absolutely fundamentally fascinating gathering of activities and across different sectors as well, the academia, small companies, large companies, and whatnot. But what we also need to realize that it didn't start 10 months ago. No. It started way back when all those technologies actually were developed for other purposes, and they could now kind of be brought to use in that kind of collaborative environment that we set up. And I think you're absolutely right, and that's really something we focus on, or to try to gain and maintain that momentum of collaboration and appropriate speed in all what we do. But I guess there's also another part of that. That's you need to prioritize. You can't be on that kind of 24/7 working mode all the time. So you need to have the balance in all that.
That's actually a very good conversation, because we were also talking about the new business model. So I would like to talk about the potential. Are we moving towards the gig economy? Because, the 9 to 5 working hours, we hopefully now understand how important work-life balance is, and also mindfulness, and actually being at home and not just now having to be in the office, which has made us do that. And is there a new way of thinking within our industry that maybe the gig economy in a way can actually do something with our suppliers, and so that it's not just a monetary, you have to work by the hour and get paid by the hour?
Yeah.
Well, I think that is not only our industry that is considering all these aspects, because I think the way of working has been changing for the whole society, really. So I think that my personal view is that we will probably work differently in the future, and a lot more remotely. And as a consultant, that could be perhaps a possibility to work in the different companies in an easier way, and perhaps also not have to spend a full FTE, for instance, with a client, but you can work when the work is actually needed when you're on a distance instead. So
Absolutely.
that could be something.
Danila, you gave a really good example yesterday.
Did I?
Do you want me
but
to?
I mean, if we focus in more on outsourcing,
Yes, exactly.
models rather than, because you're absolutely right, the entire society is just as us shifting. So we I mean, one way of seeing this coming more. Everyone is more used to working remotely and using all those digital tools, and in my previous history with Merck, my boss was in US, I was in Sweden, my colleague was in India. We use those tools a lot. So you can also take advantages, and I think the acceptance in our industry is also moving, and I see those more virtual tools that are around us also started to be appreciated and accepted by the regulators with decentralized trials and things like that. But what I think you might actually allude to is that we have to be really partners with our CROs, because we are so dependent on our, if you call them CRO or outsource or collaborators or the vendors. I mean, this is not to sell something only at one time, but if you really have a partnership and can rely on each other to tell. I mean, Richard was also mentioning this. If you have a good communication, I mean, we had an excellent project manager and that team around her for our phase 2B study. They were super good, but of course there were things that everything doesn't work smoothly always. That's, I think, that for everyone to do, but to take that shared responsibility with a vendor, I think that is what I really would like to see. And recently I had a discussion with a small Swedish company. And I think really they can help us with one thing, and I actually think that will be beneficial from price-wise. I mean, it will save resources and money for us. And I was thinking if we could have like a model where they get paid how we actually save money, if that could be. And they were very interesting, and we started to discuss this. But there's so many factors; it's really difficult. So what if? Is it their input, or was it saving due to we changed something and not the cause of them? So it's very hard to get such a contract in place. But I do think, I really hope that risk sharing and partnership is really where we're moving for all players.
Absolutely. I think it's an evolving world, and actually it's really exciting to say that we can actually shape this sector as we want to, but it's thinking outside the box and being less rigid, and actually having those open dialogues as well in the communication, and just saying, is this possible? What do you think? Is there another way that we can do this? What do you really want to get out of it? Is it the monetary value, or is it actually you want to learn something and you want to give your time? I'm thinking about the talent of the future. The companies that take in the interns. It's been a challenging year for anybody to move around. Next year, are those interns going to be there, and how can we ensure that they learn what we've learned and we can give back to them? Dag, I'm specifically looking at you because obviously you have more member companies than or the two panelists.
Well, and obviously then I'm also one step removed from reality as opposed to my panelist colleagues here. But I think it's a matter of having access both to capability, the specific specialism that you need in order to do all the steps, but also capacity. When you need the capacity, you need to have to find the capacity, so the skills in a scale, and to be able to play that as you go along, and when you're kind of taking your company from a small company to a larger, or scale up your activities. I guess you don't necessarily need to be a large company, and in that sense, I think on stage here I represent probably then big pharma, and you have two types of small pharma, which will be our kind of partners tomorrow, and then the service vendors that kind of facilitates this, and perhaps there is something around some kind of playing field, some kind of playing ground where we actually can meet and find ourselves without kind of taking the worst aspects of the gig economy type of when you lose your kind of security as a person, and then you're just basically sitting to wait for somebody to call you up and ask you for a small contribution.
Yeah.
And I think that service providers in general, I think that we need to be more open to alternative payment models.
Yes.
So as Pernilla was talking about, I think that perhaps in some cases you, instead of just charging for what the work has been done, actually charge for what you have achieved. If you put some goals together, that could be one way to create something, a new business model.
Yeah.
Value-based pricing.
Yeah, so I have a very good example. I'm actually working with a medtech company at the moment, and we got an EIT grant, which was fantastic this year. So they've paid for that bit of the project, but actually we're working on a sweat project as well, whereas if you donate 10 hours per month, after the 24 months, you potentially get a share of the business. And I think that's actually a really good business model for consultants to say, actually, are you in this for the long run, or are you in this just for the short run? Because actually, you could actually get a lot more than actually just putting the invoices in. So is there another business model that actually, because if, 10 drugs come to market and, you have the shares of those businesses, that's actually quite nice. But I think that you've got to be in that mindset of, okay, what's your personal budget to be able to live off? What's the company's budget, and actually what's your long-term goal in this actually? So I think it's really interesting in the fact that there are companies out there that are actually offering that, and specifically the owners of those businesses as well, actually, that they want to have those people involved. So I think it's really, really interesting. So I think it's a great case study actually. And I'd look forward to telling you how it is in 24 months, whether it's been worth it or not. One of the other things I really wanted to touch on was sustainability. Greta has done a fantastic job for the climate and for the world, but how are we kidding ourselves on the pharmaceutical sector? Are we sustainable as we should? How are our service providers, and how can we make sure that they're actually providing the best service, but also helping the planet as well? Does anybody have any thoughts or feelings on that?
I think we can probably capitalize on the pandemic quite a lot, because I myself used to be traveling a lot in business, and for a brief period of time I was a gold member in 2 airline companies, and we seem to be doing the business quite well without traveling at all today.
Exactly.
Which I think is quite an achievement in itself. And the good part is that everybody's doing it, so it's the new normal. And I think we will have to kind of travel to meet in order to get to know each other tomorrow as well, when this virus pandemic is over. But I think we will travel less, and so in that sense, I'll give Greta one up on us. So that's good, and I think she had the help of the virus, but to do that. But I think on a broader and more kind of serious scale, there is a discussion, of course, on the environmental impact of manufacturing of pharmaceuticals and active ingredients and so forth, and the value chain with manufacturing in other parts of the world, and transportation and so forth. And this needs to be kind of matched to societal sustainability as well, because we obviously are contributing to health with the products that we manufacture, and you need to make a balanced trade-off, and also, as I mentioned this morning, to the economy of society, which can make us afford to pay for a health tomorrow as well. So in that sense, that's also important to kind of bring this all together. And that fits quite well with the Agenda 2030, the whole scheme, where we probably fit naturally in one of them, but in some way or fashion as an industry, I think we're covering all the aspects.
Pernilla?
And if I may build on this, but as a so small company, of course you have to rely that the service providers you have, like the drug manufacturing company, they really ensure that they have. I mean, we will be a small client most of the cases, and then it's hard to push their requirements. I mean, we could ask, we could request and choose those who have, absolutely. But I would like to add that I appreciate Leaf's work in this a lot, and we can then, as a small company, I mean, there is a small association to Leaf that for the small companies, EML, where we are a member, and then being a member in EML, you're part of Leaf as well. So then at least we can learn from what the bigger drivers can do, and we can also take help from that when needed. So I think I appreciate that collaboration as well. Because we can't drive it ourselves. So it's important that it's...
Thanks for that. I think that's great, and I think also we're probably more likely to influence policy if we do it together as an industry, which is also why we also are quite actively engaged on both the European and international scale, I guess. So since these matters are not necessarily locals, but I also would like to bring up that companies react on incentives, and those comes with policy and also what you pay for when you buy the drugs and so forth. So I think that's. So the buyers, the healthcare systems needs to kind of step up also in what they'd like to see from us.
Yeah, I think I agree on that, because there are many aspects when you produce a pharmaceutical product, and the most important one is, of course, how safe they are and how effective for the patients, and that's number one. But if you need another incentive, then perhaps it should come from the payer perspective.
Absolutely. I think what would be fantastic is to see some sort of charter for our industry to actually say, okay, we will all do the best that we possibly can to know that our supply chains actually come from the right place. We're using the right resource. I'm thinking, obviously different countries, specifically in Asia, are they as good as we think they are? And that we should actually say, yes, we will identify that they are the best they possibly can. And I think that's definitely a good idea. We also hit upon how to find out about what people think of our service providers and how we can actually find out how good they are. And we thought about having some sort of TripAdvisor for seeing whether we could actually find them and also what people think of them. I think that would be a very good idea. Does anybody have anything to add on to that? Any experiences of how hard it's been to find people, or would that work within our industry, do you think?
I don't know if it would work. That remains to be seen. But I think the idea isn't that bad, because obviously what we also are trying to portray today is an increasingly complex arrangement between different types of organizations, small and large, and different types of services or activities. And in all that, there's a lot of kind of buying, selling relationships, and obviously to know whom you're giving your money when you're buying a service is important, and so maybe there's something to your idea.
Yeah,
it's difficult. I think it's a good idea, but it's difficult when you if you provide services that are sort of classified or not very. We usually don't talk about which companies we are assisting or what kind of work we do because of secrecy reasons. So that could be difficult because you have references and perhaps you would like to mention that we have done this and that before, but it's not always possible because we cannot give away that kind of information.
And you heard Richard, he was talking about his CRO, and I'm talking about our CROs, we haven't mentioned them, so sometimes that's also, and I understand that they want to know what is told about them and what's said about them. I wouldn't have any problem to reveal that, but I mean, we should be in agreement what to say, and that's why I think it could be a little challenging. But maybe it can work, and you
I think
said
it's a great sales tool actually, because actually then you can actually find the people. You can put, within your location, what rate are these people or these companies? Something in Sweden we have is Ratsit, so which is a website that you can actually find out all the financial information. You can find out everything about anybody, and it's like the Secret Service, but it's absolutely fantastic to do due diligence. But it's very, very interesting.
And then it's a people skill that
exactly.
So that's not on Ratsit, and that's what I really think is key. That and when you really have this relationship with partner, I mentioned that project manager we have. It's really easy. You can pick up the phone, you can call. You really, you get. It's really a colleague. It's not that you feel that you are on a day-to-day basis. That's how you would like it to be. So,
Absolutely.
and that's hard to get on those things.
It
I
is,
think.
but we can do a much friendlier version of Ratsit.
Probably, yeah. Give it a try. I'm not.
I also like what we were talking about this morning about weakness. Actually, I think it's we're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. This is a challenging environment today, being in a studio without actually an audience. We're not robots, and there are weaknesses. And I think it's actually good for people to actually say, that is my weakness, or we can't do this, but actually we can endeavour to do something even better for you if we actually identify. And I think that it's really humbling to have those conversations with clients or potential clients, and actually say, actually I can't do this, but actually I really want to try to do this for you. So
it is both ways as well. I mean, as a sponsor, you might think that you know the best and you demand something, and it turns out, well, you have to be listening to the advice you get as well. So it's really two ways, and getting back to this partnering, I think, is key. And then you would like to have long-lasting relationships, and I guess that's what you are after as well, because that's a given. That's how you can really add value to the project.
Yeah,
absolutely. I want to also talk about how we can encourage other industries to be part of this as well. So there's a lot of stuff that's on the fringes of our industry, sensors and digitalized healthcare and therapies, and how can we engage those in the best possible way, because they are going to be the partners of the future, especially with a distributor potentially. You're going to have somebody selling the product. So we are in a interesting situation where our industry is going to get bigger and bigger the more technology is taken up, the more sensory stuff that we get into. It's how are we going to deal with that as well in the future?
Well, you mentioned precision medicine, I think, and that's a good example where you the whole idea is based on integrating a better diagnostic capability with good kind of handling of the data, and also then to be able to choose the right therapy for that particular patient. And in the best of all worlds, that also includes kind of a feedback loop to inform the system to become better. But in all that, it's we're already in that in the sense that we need each other in a much greater extent than we used to, since we are now the pharma companies need the diagnostic companies, and the healthcare systems needs to kind of rearrange their model, their operating model, in order to fit that. And
I think there's also something about the patients need the pharma business as well, actually, because if you have a disease or an unmet need, you want to make sure that you know where that medicine or that clinical trial you can actually get onto to be able to help you. So I think there's a real thing of going back to the basics with personalized medicine and also preventative medicine as well. And I think that's going to be really interesting, actually, to see how that comes along as well.
No, I think you're right. I think if you consider the completely the totally fascinating and the development of science and how that creates a lot of opportunity, and I think those opportunities match with the economic incentives actually is the what feeds the industry, in the front end, so to say, what instructors where to focus. And I think that's, if you look at the industry pipeline, it's quite broad and quite addressing, but to some extent we're also hunting in packs, looking at the same targets, and that's probably good for the payers in the end, because they'll end up with better products and perhaps also competition in the market.
But does that mean a patient understands how much they're going to have to pay potentially for their drugs or their therapy or their treatment?
Probably not on an individual basis, and obviously we speak from a country where that's seldom kind of part of the general discussion, since it's tax-based healthcare in most of Europe also. So I think well, the proxies for patients, the politicians, they should be educated to understand this as far as possible, I think, and I believe that's our role to some extent as well.
Absolutely.
So if I may comment this on, so one part of clinical development is of course how to get the data in-house. So there are a lot of vendors around for electronic data capture, and we are doing quite some duplications, because I mean there are already some data in the hospital records, so is there any way we could use it? And there is for sure, but that needs to be can be done more efficiently as well. How can we use that? And also how you get patient data in. There's a lot of company who has beautiful apps nowadays, and you can collect things, and you need to ensure just who is behind that app and who is entering everything. And I know also and you could speak to this, Linda, from a regulatory perspective, it has to be accepted. So we could have those beautiful tools, but they have to be safe, they have to be secure. You have to ensure that the patient integrity or the data integrity is really proper. So it's actually one thing to just use things for parking. I mean, maybe that was a stupid idea. You put in your data there too. But I mean, some apps that you use are not as important for security purposes. But when it comes to our patient data, it's crucial that is really high quality and really, trustful. And I think the regulators are a little bit behind, but moving. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, we already have that. We have a system, and a well-functioning system for pharmacovigilance, for instance, where you're very used to bringing in patient data. So, and there are already ways to use data on file for regulatory purposes as well. But I think there's a lot to
I think it can be, it can be utilized to a larger extent.
Yes.
I'm positive.
Absolutely. Great. Well, this was so much fun. We have 5 minutes to go. As it's Christmas, as it's December, as it's the end of 2020, I am glad to say that what does everybody want for Christmas? Dog.
Well, obviously, us collectively coming out of the pandemic and kind of maintaining the momentum of this collaborative spirit is a given, to say, and as a first item on my wish list for. And I think from a Swedish point of view, I think we do have the data. We have some small kind of gains, but there is a fundamental discussion that needs to be held in terms of access to health data, and with full respect for personal integrity, but also full respect for looking at the opportunities that healthcare as well as industry can gain from making use of that data.
Linda?
No, I actually agree with that, Doug.
Do you want anything special for Christmas this year?
It's just the pandemic on my mind currently, so that would be great.
Absolutely.
Go back to normal, a little bit more normal.
Well, I echo you, of course, but so I think with this being then that actually my Christmas gift is actually that we're starting the study in second quarter, because that means that the pandemic situation is better, and that is something, I mean, we're looking very much forward to.
I think what's going to be very interesting about 2021 is people's expectations, and actually if projects stay on time, and actually how other people or other resources within our industry, how soon can it get delivered, what other situations are going to come up, and actually how soon can we get back to normal, and also the other industries around us actually also get back to. It's going to be a fascinating year.
Yes, and also what will be the new normal.
Exactly. Yes. So I wonder what we'll be saying in a year's time. It's just incredible. So, but that's what is so exciting about humanity. You just never know. So, thank you so much. This was great. And I hope that everybody at home or in the office has actually enjoyed this panel debate as well. I think it's been very, very good. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker for this afternoon is Bita Shahid. I hope I pronounced that correctly, from Industry Fonden. And Bita is the industry manager for life sciences. You are an early stage venture capital fund based in Sweden. We have a research reach across the Nordics, and we look for transformative ventures that define the industries of tomorrow. You also have 51 portfolio companies. So I look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. So during the 20 minutes that's allotted to me today, I'm going to introduce Industry Fonden to those of you who don't know us. And to those of you who do know us, I'm going to take you a little bit deeper into our sort of drivers of investment. How do we think about them, how we operate, and why? At the macro level, Industry Fonden is a venture capital fund based in Stockholm. We've been around for quite some time, for 40 years. Our journey started in 1979 with an endowment of 1 billion Swedish, $100 million from Swedish government. And during these 40 years, we've invested 17 billion Swedish, and we have almost 7 billion left in our cash register. So obviously, we think we're doing something right. As it was mentioned during the introduction, we have 50 portfolio companies, 15 of which is in the life sciences arm. We invest in 3 different investment areas that I'm going to go into. A typical first ticket for us is anywhere between 15 million and 50 million. And we do go higher than that if the case is mature enough, and if the syndicate is strong enough, but seldom do we go below 15 million. And there are several reasons for that. The main one being that then we so far away in terms of reasonable exit time, and the company that needs less money than that probably is not mature enough for our sort of active ownership model that I'm going to talk about later on. We are 5 investment manager in the life science arm, and we are supported by our senior advisors. We have evergreen structure, which basically means that the profit of our investment goes back into the fund, and that's how the fund is growing. This is something that we also going to talk about during this presentation, just to tell you what the different implication of this evergreen structure. In terms of geographic focus, our reach is in the Nordics with connection to Sweden. As I mentioned, we have 3 different investment areas: life science, deep tech bio, and transformative tech. Transformative tech is basically purely tech companies, which is not the topic for today. Deep tech bio, I'm just going to mention a few sentences that might be of interest for this audience. And here we think about tools that it's needed within the sector, but it's not necessarily sort of a classic life science investment. And here we're thinking next-gen sequencing, synthetic biology, cases. If you have a company like that, don't hesitate to contact us. Focusing on the life sciences, we really cover the entire span in the life sciences: therapeutic, biotech, medtech, and health tech. We were actually one of the first specialist VC firms that invested in the health tech. I think the first investment was almost for 9 years ago, and I think our the infrastructure in the Nordics with personnummer and all these things that we have allows for interesting companies to exist in this space. Taking a deep dive within the life science. So how I was thinking about this presentation was that we start really high level, and for each slide we go deeper into sort of our psyche. So what is our general investment approach if you really take a sort of a helicopter view? The return potential needs to be there. As an evergreen fund, our existence depends on that. What gives us a lot of freedom? No more money is coming from government or anywhere else. So this gives us a lot of freedom, but also a lot of responsibility. So if we do bad investments, if we don't think commercially enough, there won't be any more Industry Fonden. So our exits today makes for new investments of tomorrow. The second box, the venture criteria, it's also the same for all the specialist VCs that you would talk to. We look for uniqueness, differentiation. What is better in your product than what it exists? It doesn't need to be first in class, but is it best in class, or where is it in that range? It's something to really understand. And then the most important one is the scalability and global potential. A lot of cases that we see actually fall on the scalability. Our investment focus is on companies within the Nordics, but their market needs to be truly, truly global. When we talk about industry, new investment, we really always go back to our purpose and how we define our purpose. So this ecosystem is something that we really know. We've been involved and engaged with it in the past 40 years. We know the shortcomings, we know the gaps, but something that we really see often. So the quality of the research in the sciences is quite high. It's quite impressive per capita. But when we talk to, and our international colleagues agree with that. But when we talk about commercially viable companies, that great science doesn't necessarily translate into great companies, and that's where we put our major focus. We really believe that we are in the business of shaping the future, and how we choose to do so is by building companies around cutting-edge advances in the life sciences. So what does it mean for an entrepreneur? How are we as an investor? How do we act? Evergreen structure that mentioned a couple of times, what it means is that it will provide long-term capital for the companies that we choose. Our model from the get-go, when we invest, we think long-term, and we have a strong cash register, willingness, and a model to stay until there is a really real value inflection point. We do not invest with the plan not to engage later on, and that really drives our investment decisions quite firmly. We are active owners. We like to believe that we're an experienced team. We bring with us 40 years of experience in strategic planning, scaling, and building companies. And we always demand a board decision. We bring with us a relevant networks, and that's what we mean with smart capital, a capital that is connected to the correct network and knowledge. We build best practices, and the best practices is really all-encompassing for us. It means that we bring the awareness of best practices when it comes to governance, sustainability, regulatory, what have you, to the boardroom. We do a lot of analysis in our due diligence period. So we go in as board members really informed, and our sort of analysis continues when we have a company. We know what's going on in the regulatory environment. Are there any changes? What are the changes in the market, M&A activity? And we really believe building best practices is the foundation of building good companies. And the last one square here is the facilitate syndication. And something that we hear in all the conferences is really that there's a lack of private capital at the late stages of the life sciences ventures. And when we talk to our international colleagues, as I said, they do agree that the quality of science is good, but they find the environment opaque, and they say things like, I'm a stranger in a strange land. And there we really play a key role, because we know them, we have experience investing with them. And we obviously know the Nordics environment pretty well. And when we are come together to build syndicate, we really facilitate that work. We're very flexible. We can lead, we can co-lead, we can just participate, and often we act as local lead for the reasons that I mentioned. And honestly, the best way to really attract international VCs, we believe, is to show that it is possible to make money in this region with a reasonable time to exit. And these are the two different factors that we always, when we weigh in when we go into an investment. So with all the things that I mentioned, then it's really, when I talk about our investment criteria, you won't be surprised. This is something that you've heard before. We really want high quality science, because if our purpose is really to build the future of tomorrow by investing in cutting edge sciences, then it has to be there. The high return on potential, we talked about it, we own our future, and therefore the return potential is also something that we look at. But the clear exit opportunity, we are not strict about it. We definitely look at it, but we have the experience and we know that things cost more and take longer than you usually plan. But it has to be a clear exit opportunity. Competitive advantage, how is this product better than, or this technology platform better than anything that is out there? Scalability that we talked about and international growth potential. We looked at the management team. This is a team that we're going to collaborate with in the foreseeable future. And we always do a gap analysis because all teams do have gaps, and it's good for us to know if it's anything that needs an immediate attention or it's something that we need to go later on and have a discussion with the management. We are active owners. We want to own 10% or more of the company, and the ticket size I've already discussed. So I know it's a little bit of too much text here, but I think this helps you understand really our process and answer the questions that we often get. And this is sort of the evaluation, really high level things that we look at during our almost pre-due diligence before even we come on with the term sheet. And it ties back into our criteria and purpose. So the first two boxes, innovation and team, this is where we start. If we like this, then we look at everything else. So innovation, the science I've mentioned. If you have your second conversation with us, don't hold back. Send all your scientific data that you have. We'd be happy to geek over it. This is our model. This is how we operate. Indication consideration. Here, is it orphan? Is it not? How does a clinical trial study needs to look like? This is something that we really need to wrap our head around, because the indication consideration and the different indications most of the times that a product or a molecule can be involved and has business implications. So that's something we look at quite extensively as well. If you have a molecule, if you have or in therapeutics, is the mode of action known? Because we really don't like to invest in something when the mode of action is not known. And that is, if something happens during the clinical trial, we want to be able to do forensic work. We don't like to be fumbling in the dark when things don't work. Most common question I would say is like phase. Which phase do you engage in is the question that we usually get. And we have this satisfactory answer that we are stage agnostic. And we truly are. We definitely have the range of the first ticket that we invest in, but the idea is here is different indication call for different sort of action from the VC at different stages. So each stage has its own set of consideration. But if you think we do have examples of companies that we invested before they had any clinical data. So don't hesitate and talk to us if you're one of those companies. Team, as I mentioned, we look at the past track record. Have they had past merger and acquisition experiences? That's great. That's not a must, but that's definitely a positive. We look at the experience and know-how. We do the gap analysis, as I mentioned. And usually, just an example is that the regulatory know-how within the team comes in later than what we would like to see. So that's usually a flag, and then we sort of map out at what time those different skill sets needs to come into the team. So if these two things are placed, then we look at the risk assessment, the usual one that's not a surprise to anybody, I think, in this audience is the biological risk, clinical risk, and regulatory risk. The biological risk being sort of the robustness of the data. What is, if is anything missing? What would we like to see? And that is sort of also geeking over the data that you have. And it can get quite detailed and quite interesting at time. And if this is not an experience that we do have as investment manager that are in the team, we call up on our network of scientists. The clinical risk here, obviously, we need to understand the clinical trial study design, endpoints, duration, and also compare it with the other products that are either in the market or in the pipeline. How will be better? How is this how is worse? Is it anything that needs to be changed? An important factor when we look at the clinical risk is actually clinical workflow. And that's something that I must say not a lot of companies think about, especially during medtech. For the medtech cases, I must say it could be something that is solving a real problem, but when you talk to doctors, they just don't see how it fits into the workflow for them. So that's something, and that we do with interview with the KOLs and with the doctors. So pay attention to that. If the clinical workflow, regulatory risk, what has happened in that space? Are there any changes? Is there a good regulatory plan in place? Are there conversations with the relevant authorities? Who's leading them? And obviously, patent and orphan drug designation is also something that goes into the risk box for us. Being long-term investors, as I mentioned, we look at the future financial needs. And if it's an early stage company, we look at how can we attract smart capital from elsewhere. And if it's a later stage, then we look at the syndicate and the muscle and the staying power that they have. When we talk about market size is something that we usually get even in the pitches that we get from you. But the part that it's missed is probability of reimbursement and payer dynamic. And that, again, we do a lot of interviews to understand that for that specific case. Competitive landscape is given, as I mentioned. And we're really trying to get to the heart of what is the differentiating factor for this new venture. For the M&A landscape, we're really trying to look in the crystal ball, and it's not an easy thing. And we're trying to sort of understand or estimate the attractiveness of this product and the time to exit. How would it look like? Is there a lot of active M&A activity? That's easy but to sort of predict, but many times maybe there's not even innovations for the pharma to engage, and that again we do with interviews. So we do use a lot of our network during our due diligence process. So those of you who are surprised when you ask us how long the due diligence takes, and we mention a certain amount of time, it depends on how much you have at the table, and we look at all this. And when we choose to invest in the companies, all better for that we are informed board members. Just to give you a taste of some of the last companies that we invested in Gesinta, small molecule in chronic inflammatory condition. We really liked the team. It was early. They were phase 1 ready. There was no clinical data available, and everything went well. And we are recruiting for phase 2 as we speak. Amra, we liked the team. We liked that there was a nice marriage between AI and imaging and personalized medicine. And Ellipta is liquid biopsy platform, and we like the science, we like the team, and we like the sort of the pragmatical market approach that they had. And we would like to think that our plan is to get the companies from where they are to this. This is a sample size of our latest successes, and they really help to attract smart money to the region. And I'm sure you're familiar with this, so I'm not going to go too much into that. So I hope I've been able to give you a picture of what we're looking for. So, and if you think we should meet you, don't hesitate to call us, and we're happy to talk to you. Thank you.
That was very good.
Thanks.
I think it's been an interesting and challenging year for everybody.
Yes.
My question is, obviously, there are a lot of companies who are trying to bridge the valley of death. Mm-hmm. And you alluded to, obviously, engaging early. How early is too early? And there's obviously companies out there that will be thinking, oh my God, my money's coming to an end, or they're, starting a project. But how long does a due diligence actually take? Really?
It really depends. In some cases, it goes fast because the companies do have a good data room and a lot is available to us. Then there are other times if nothing is at the table. I mean, it needs to be a lot of like going back and forth. Everything from 1 month to 5 months has happened, but it really depends also at the size of the investment, the complexity of the company, and how early is early. And that's what I said. I usually have this dissatisfactory answer that it needs to be case by case, because we really choose to stay phase agnostic. We don't engage, and I think a good sort of gauges that we usually within life sciences don't do investment less than 15 million. Companies that need money less than that, they're not ready for VC. They're not ready for our active model, and it's probably they have a longer journey to the exit. So I would say that is rather than the gauge than me saying, oh, it's phase 2 or phase 1. It really depends on the indication.
We were talking about obviously business models in the debate as well, and I wonder whether there's a lot of talk about debt capital. Is debt capital better than credit debt? Is that a different way that people are looking? Do you have any experience of that, or is that something that
it's not? It depends on which stage. I mean, but we do invest in companies that have acquired that capital, and it's not a flag in any sense for us at all.
Yeah, and we were also talking about weakness as well this morning. Do you find that companies express their weakness when they come to you, or do you do the due diligence and then find out the weakness, or is that something that...
It depends. I mean, companies are run by people. People are different. Some of us talk about our weaknesses quite openly, and some of us don't. And I think it's different cultural approaches. It's interesting to see. But I've never had a sort of an experience when people are... Everybody thinks their company is great. Right, and that's the way it should be. So the weaknesses usually come up during the due diligence, and because they also think differently. Usually scalability is one of them, because something that we think is not scalable enough, the company thinks it is, and there might be a few countries in the Europe it's scalable enough, and it could be even a business in green, but it's not a VC case. So I would say, to your question, weaknesses come up usually because our perceptions are also different.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our second to last speaker is Morten Steen. He's actually working for HealthCap as well. They were started in 1996. He's the partner. They're a European venture capital firm investing exclusively and globally in life sciences. They focus on diseases with high unmet medical needs, and you've raised more than 1 billion euros. So, Morten, I give you the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. Much appreciated, and thanks for the opportunity to present today, introducing HealthCap. So, as you mentioned, we've been around. We started some 25 years ago, back in '96, and over the years, our business has matured, and today we're very focused on precision medicine. We're looking for breakthrough therapies that can meaningfully improve the lives of patients. We're based here in Europe, Stockholm, Sweden, but we invest globally. We do quite a bit in the US, and historically we've invested 2/3 in Europe. We seek compelling risk-reward profile, and we have a strong financial and industrial track record. Right now we're working with our 8th fund. We believe that life science is a very interesting sector to invest in right now. We see a very high innovation pace. And interestingly, we see that it's the smaller companies driving this innovation. 2/3 of the newly approved drugs have been from young companies, often VC-backed. Another trend is that we see that more and more companies are focusing on precision medicine, and this really fits the small, innovative companies. As a partner and as an investor, HealthCap is very collaborative. We like to be as hands-on as possible and leveraging our experience and our entrepreneurial spirit. And over the years, we have developed a strong network that we're really proud of. This is the team, and many of us have worked together for a long time, so We're experienced and very cohesive. And as you can see there on the sign, our motto is work hard and be nice to people. So what are we looking for then? What is our investment strategy? Well, this has evolved over the years. When we started out, we invested broadly in life sciences. Over the years, we have centered our investment strategy more on therapeutics, and today we're in the center there, focusing on precision medicine. So what is precision medicine? Well, in simple words, it's really the right medicine for the right patient. And what we see now is that with new technologies, larger diseases are broken down into subgroups, groups where the disease is much more homogeneous, and we see that these subgroups require different treatments. And we see that some areas are very well suited for precision medicine, like oncology, like genetic medicine, and rare disease. So, defining our investment strategy, we have a few criteria that is really important when looking for precision medicine opportunities. First and foremost, it has to have breakthrough potential, addressing high unmet medical needs. We focus on well understood disease biology, and we want to work with mechanisms really docking into the underlying disease and fixing the underlying problem. And typically these opportunities, these indications are very targeted, meaning that we can relatively quickly develop these treatments to new products for patients, and also in a cost-efficient manner. And then lastly, we like to go early. We like to be early into the equity, and we like company formation and founding new companies. So why do we like to invest in precision medicine? Well, it's well suited for venture capital investing. And you can put it into three buckets, really. Firstly, it's associated with lower development risk. We're typically working with diseases we understand well, and we're going for the root cause of the disease, typically or ideally having a curative approach. It's also faster. You can show that these drugs work in a smaller patient population, smaller numbers of patients in the studies. And you work very much in collaboration with the reviewers, the regulators, as well as the key opinion leaders knowing the diseases. And then, as important, we're targeting high unmet medical need, meaning that it's justifiable to seek attractive pricing and reimbursement. And on top of that, it's also very focused marketing. So the companies can take these products all the way to the market themselves, and thereby controlling their destiny, having alternatives, which we think is very important. Here is a selection of recent healthcare portfolio companies. You might recognize some of them, some being based here in Sweden, like Oncopeptides, Aprea, Vicor. You have a few examples of companies working with oncology, in particular with radiopharmaceuticals, which is a field where we've been a pioneering investor. We today have companies like Nordic Nanovector, Fusion, and Precirix in our portfolio. We have a company that you might have heard of called Wilson Therapeutics in our portfolio as well, or actually it was exited 2 years ago now to Alexion, a very successful sort of a case study of what we like to do, a company that we started and took all the way to the exit ourselves. Another company working on Wilson disease is Vivet, working with gene therapy. We think gene therapy is very suitable for precision medicine. And on the bottom here, you have our 3 most recent investments, Synox, Spruce, and Priothera. So in summary, I would say that it's very important to focus on patients and trying to serve patients as much as possible and do well by doing good. We're very proud of our track record. Our portfolio companies have taken 26 products all the way to approval. These are biotech pharma products. And also more than 50 approved medtech products in our portfolio. And in total, more than 2 million patients have been treated with these treatments. And I end here with the slide that I started with HealthCap in summary, and would be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to know about the challenges that you've seen this year from obviously not having physical meetings. Has it been challenging? Has your business changed? And how do you see the future being with technology? Are we going to continue having those meetings? Because we were talking about before how important communication is and actually meeting people. What's your experience this year and how challenging has it been?
That's a really good question. Yeah, so I mean, the year started off as a normal year. We had meetings, we had JP Morgan, and we were very active initially because we had a new fund in place, and then all of a sudden COVID happened. And what we've been trying to implement, or I mean, we all need to implement that, is the distance, right? Social distancing. We're working very virtually right now, and many of us sit at home in front of the computer. But surprisingly enough, it works pretty well, I have to say. We've been able to do 3 new investments this year. Our portfolio companies have been successful with financings, both IPOs. We've done 2 IPOs in the US, for instance, but also private placements, private financings. I think it's easier to work with companies, investing in companies where you know the people from before. So having a track record, having a network is very good in times like this. On the challenging aspects, I would say we've seen that starting clinical trials is challenging. Getting access to patients. And some of our portfolio companies have been more successful than others in doing so. And hopefully we will go back to some kind of normality in a few months. But we try to be as optimistic as possible looking into the next year.
Yeah. One thing I also want to find out about, how important is the team as well to HealthCap? You know, do you really look at the people on board, or is it actually the results? Because there are conflicting messages that you know, it's either the team or the actual drug development or the actual product or whatever. But do you have any advice on if somebody's trying to build a really good team to be able to obviously go for an investment, and what's successful and what's not successful? And can you elaborate on that?
Sure, team or the ID.
Yeah, and how important is it compared to the product? You may think you have a perfect product, but actually you might not have the team, and that's, you know, how, because you can spend a lot of money on the actual product, but actually the team is going to let you down in the long run. So, and business is about people, of course. So
it is very much about people, and I mean, we see that in our network that it's comprised of people we've been working with previously, and we try to leverage that as much as possible. At the same time, it's important to find new CEOs, new key people. So we're always looking for key talent out there. I would say that if I had to choose, I would rather not, but if I had to choose, it's probably more important to have a good asset to start working on. And we quite often start with that, building companies from scratch. But typically then with assets where there's data, so there's de-risking to it. And if you have such an asset, it's fairly easy to find the right people to work with.
Yeah. Okay. That's a very good answer. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So our final presenter this evening or afternoon is Linus Plim and Forsell, and he is with the Swedish Intellectual Property Office, which was started in 1975. It's a government-financed authority with 350 employees, the Authority for Intellectual Property, and we protect innovators. And I feel like we're kind of going to have to start the journey again because it's going to be interesting to learn about when you actually start a project, how important it is actually to protect your IP and also your trademark and your name. And so I'm thinking that we've come to the end of where we were, but actually we're going to go back to the beginning. So Linus, I'm really interested to hear what you're going to say.
Yes, thank you so much. And good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. So I'm going to give a little bit of different approach and a different part of this day, talk about intellectual property rights and what they can do for you in terms of building your company. Let's see here if this works. Yeah. Do we have the next slide there? Oh, sorry. Seems to be a delay here. Yeah, there we go. It's a delay here. So I'm a business developer, PRV Consulting, which is a part of the Swedish Intellectual Property Office. I have a background as a patent examiner in the biotech unit there at the Swedish office for about 7 years, and I have a molecular PhD in molecular biology from the Umeå University. So a little bit of an overview. Let's see if I can get this clicker to work. Yeah, no, it's not. There we go. I'm going to talk a little bit of life science assets, collaborations that needs intellectual property rights, then go in a little bit about report about high growth firms and intellectual property rights, go into the details a little bit, the intangible assets and IPRs, go into patents, patent information and what that can do for you and when you need to search help. So, in a vibrant life science sphere, you need a lot of assets. For instance, as you all know, you need world-class healthcare and top medical research. National registries, public trust in the research and what that can do for you and the benefit of health. Thank you. That is also required to have a vibrant and live life science that provides new pharma out on the market. Also, you need to do clinical trials, of course, that we talked about and touched upon here today, collaborations in that, companies that takes and helps you take your invention to the market. Small and medium enterprises are, of course, really important here in terms of research and development, but also the big pharma that has the knowledge, the experience, the resources in different aspects to really help out in the later steps and make it to the market. All right. So in this collaboration atmosphere, there's a lot of research and development done in small and medium enterprises today, as we all know. There's more and more research being done in the smaller enterprises. So they need to outsource, as we heard a lot about today. And there's really international market life science and pharmaceutical industry, right? There's collaborations within academia, healthcare and industry are involved across borders. So this is really an international arena, of course. And when these collaborations is being done, it's important also to remember when you come with your invention, with your new candidate drug, for instance, to have a control over your intellectual property rights. There's actually reports being done on this in relation to high growth firms. This is a report in 2019 from the European Patent Office and European Union Intellectual Property Office, which shown that small and medium enterprises make up about 99% of all businesses in EU. 57% of this is gross, they make up 57% of the gross domestic product. And they saw in this report that at least one intellectual property right gives you 10 to 17% increased likelihood to become a high growth firm. And also they saw that using multiple intellectual property rights give you 33% increased likelihood to become a high growth firm. So there is a correlation between using your intellectual property rights and being having a positive growth. But when we talk about intellectual property rights, here highlighted in red, they are actually part of the bigger group of intangible assets. So there's more assets in a company than just the intellectual property rights. For instance, in life science, most companies have specialist knowledge, being a very high-tech arena, documentation of work methods, know-how, research results, franchise agreements, inventions, etc., that are also assets that should be taken care of and also looked at and used strategically when you operate and move into collaborations with other partners. The intellectual property rights then here highlighted in red are circumvented with certain rules and regulations. So design, for instance, will protect the appearance of your product, of your pharma, for instance. It gives you 25 years of maximum protection if you renew it every 5 years. You have the copyright, that is not registered, but that appears automatically, sorry about that. And that protects your text, your videos, your films, your pictures, and all that kind of stuff. Copyright lasts for 70 years after it is performed or created. Trademark is a special intellectual property right that is usually a very valuable intellectual property right for all companies regardless. A strong trademark associates your services, your products, and with quality and makes customers want to come to you and do business with you. So a strong trademark is very valuable to a company. And the nice thing with trademarks is that it can be kept forever as long as you renew it every 10 years. Then we have patents, which is the little bit odd one in this group. Patents are granted to technical solutions to a problem. So there needs to be a technical solution to a problem. In pharma, for instance, you have a problem of a disease that is caused maybe by overactivation of a receptor. You have a drug then that can bind this receptor, block it, and you reduce the effect and you cure this disease. Patents give 20 years of exclusivity on the market. That exclusivity entails that you get to produce, sell, bring out on the market, and import to that market what is patent protected. You can have patent, of course, in many countries for the same invention. You also don't have to use the patent. You can sell it, for instance. You can trade it, you can license it, or you can give it away. So it has a lot of different use for you if you have a granted patent in your portfolio. So why do you want a patent? Well, it's like I said, to create exclusivity, of course, to create space for you to fend competitors off, to give you space to operate within for a time-limited period to maximize return on investment. And as we all know, it's very expensive to produce and get new drugs out on the market. So you really want to maximize the chances of you making profitable business, of course. Then open innovation and collaboration is another aspect, of course. When you collaborate with other people or you perform open innovation, it's much easier if you have a patent because then you can be open about what your technology is all about, the details. Because in a patent, you need to reveal how your invention works. It becomes much clearer when you go into these collaborations, what you own and what other people's or collaborators own. Licensing agreements can be much easier for the same reason. It's very clear who owns what part of the technology do we have, what do you have, and we can maybe cross-license with each other, because it could be quite often that you have a patent with technology that sort of interacts with another technology that would benefit from other companies' patented technology, and you can then have a dual partnership and make profitable business, both of you, by licensing, cross-licensing to each other. Then we have the funding aspect, the financing. Like we heard recently here from the previous speakers, that is of course very important as well, because it's very important to take your product from the lab bench out on the market. It costs a lot of money, as we all know. So you need financing. And how do you attract financiers to come and invest in you? Well, patents, of course, is one essential key here, because a patent and having intellectual property rights then show you that you're taking this seriously, you have created a space for yourself and maximize the potential to actually get some return on investment. And that's really what some financiers, of course, want to get, a better chance of doing good business. Patenting in pharma then, it's very intensive and expensive research and development, as you all know. It's very long product cycles also involved in pharma. Patents are therefore key in pharmaceutical industry, and usually when you file a patent, you file it in the preclinical phase. When you have a candidate drug or a few candidate drugs, you file the patent application. And as you all know, then you have a protection for 20 years if this is granted. As we all know, clinical trials can take many years, so you are maybe not be in the market until 10 to 12 years later from when you started filing your patent application. So you have few years left to really make some money and maybe get some return on your investment. And this is a problem, of course, that's challenging for all pharmaceutical industry. There are systems like the Supplementary Protection Certificate, or called SPC. It's really there to compensate for the delay to the market. And this is very special for pharma, of course, because we're dealing with human health and welfare. So you need to go through clinical phase trials, you're delayed to market, and it's really there to compensate for that delay for these companies who actually take that cost to develop new drugs to cure diseases. SPC allows for up to 5 more years of protection or exclusivity on the market. And if you also do research with that drug on children to cure the disease in children, you can get to an extra 6 months. So there could be 5.5 more years of supplementary protection for your patent on the market you're operating on. So when we talk about patents, though, what is required from you to get a patent on a new drug? Well, first of all, it needs to be novel. It can't be known anywhere else in the world, this idea, up until when you file the patent application. And it also needs to differ essentially from what is known before in the prior art. You can't just modify an existing molecule simply and then say, I have a patentable product. It needs to be an essential difference over what is already known, what's called an inventive step. There also needs to be an industrial applicability in it. So you need to be able to execute this invention in the industrial setting in its widest form. That pretty much means that it needs to be a technical solution to a problem. It needs to work, and it needs to work repetitively. So every time you execute this invention, it needs to work. And that's also in the system. So when you get a patent, in return, you reveal how your technology works, and you also have to have full disclosure of how it works, so third party can take on where you left off, where your patent left off, and drive the technical development forward. At the patent office, what you do is that you conduct a search and examination of a patent application and compare prior art, what is known to the patent application, when you decide, is this novel, is this an inventive step, can we grant or do we have to reject this patent application? So the patent offices use patent information, the information found here, and other prior art documents. So what is the prior art? Well, we do searches in scientific articles, obviously, technical articles, but also trade fairs, press releases, company reports. Sales teams or other expert interviews, TV, video, radio, conference details, poster presentations, etc., is material that we search in, of course, to establish what is known before the filing of this patent in this area of technology. And obviously, we also look and search very carefully in patent information. This is a vast source of information on technology that is used at the patent offices, but unfortunately it is not a well and used known source of technology information in, for instance, research and development. And this is something that we really encourage for you to actually look into patent information, not just for patenting, but also for your own daily research and work. You will find a lot of useful information here to circumvent problems, to see how other people solve this problem, to compare your technology, but then obviously also to understand, do we have something here that is novel and maybe an inventive step, etc. So then what is patent information? Well, that's the information found in patent documents and associated databases. It obviously contains the technical information, but also the legal and business-related information. The legal being information about, like, is this a granted patent? What countries? And are the applicants paying their yearly fees? Because you have to pay your yearly fees to maintain a granted patent, or the patent will fall, and then it's open for anyone to move into that market and produce the same drug on that market. If you zoom out, you can also analyze patent information by the thousands and look at the whole entire area of technology and see trends. What's happening over time? Who are the major players? Do they collaborate? Who are the major inventors? Where in the world is this happening? So as the office used this to establish patentability, you should also use patent information to understand, as I said a bit previously, to understand, is this patentable or not? Do we have, how does our technology compare to what is known out there, not just in scientific and technical literature, but also in patent information? That will improve your chances, of course, to make profitable business. Then we have the aspect of infringement, which is a very important thing to remember here. Regardless if you want to patent yourself, or if you are going to patent or not, you need to know that there is not a granted and a live patent in a market where you want to move in with your product or your method. Because if you have overlapping technology, overlapping product with already existing patent-protected technology on the market, you run the risk of infringing on that asset, and these people will probably sue you for infringement. So that is a type of search that you do particularly in patent information, to establish, do we have freedom to operate? And that's a very important part where patent information is used. So searching for patents then. The nice thing with patent information that it is for free. You don't have to pay to get access and use this information. When it's published, it's free for everyone to use. There are free databases out there, and the best one with the best coverage, I would say, is the European Patent Office Espasnet, and you find the address here to that. You also have Patent Scope provided by the World Intellectual Property Office, WIPO, and then you have the national databases that most nations have, their own databases specific for their countries' related patent applications and granted patents. The national databases fill and send their data to Espasnet. So Espasnet has the best coverage with, I think today, over 120 million patent documents from all over the world. So if you want to do a search, do it in Espasnet. That's where you're going to get the best coverage. This is quite intuitive. If you know how to search for non-patent literature, it's quite easy to get going here and also understand to get a good feeling for your technology. However, there's an important thing to remember here. To get the quality search, there's some aspects here. When it really matters that you do a correct search and find all prior art, that search needs quality, and that takes time. At the office, we sometimes spend days searching to get all prior art out from the sources, such as patent information. It also takes skills to understand how you do your search. There are keywords involved, of course, but also patent classification symbols, because each patent document has a patent classification code that is assigned to each document. There could be a number of them on each document. And knowing how this system works is essential to also extract all documents that are of relevance to you and combine that with keywords. It also takes knowledge of the technology. The better you know the technology, the better search you're going to do. And also the understanding of the system and the documents. Where do I search? Do I search in title or abstract? Maybe in the description and or claims. Different parts of the patent document would also heavily affect how many documents you have to go through and if you find everything of relevance. So the message here is when it really matters, when you make strategic choices, it's going to cost you time and money, use a professional search consultant. PRV Consulting is that search consultant. We're, as I said, part of the Swedish Intellectual Property Office. We have performed quality searches and examinations in both patents, trademarks, and designs. We have over 70 years of experience of search and examination. We have about 130 IP experts in both patent, trademark, and design. We cover all areas of technology, and everything that's related to consultancy services as PRV is full confidentiality. Nothing will ever be made public from this. We operate on a non-profit basis, and we also take personal contact with our clients whenever they require research for us, so we're sure and in agreement of what's expected from a certain search. This is just a picture. I see I'm running out of time. This is to show you a little bit of different searches that we provide and that you can do from an immature part of your, in the beginning of a project. To the left here, you do a prior art search, and then you might do, when you have a more crisp idea of your invention, a novelty search. The freedom to operate search, when you need to know if you got free clearance to go into market, etc. And I'll be happy to explain more to you what this entails. So in summary, perform an inventory of your intangible assets, protect your intellectual property rights, patents are key in pharma development, know your patent information for your own benefit, get professional help when it really matters and you need that high quality search. If you need to know more, you're welcome to contact me. You will find more at prv.se/IP, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Linus. That was very fascinating and very important information, I think, at the end of this very interesting day that we've had today. With regards to the freedom to operate, how long does it take to do a search and how much can it cost a company?
A freedom to operate search, it depends, but that's usually the trickiest of the searches, if you may. Yeah, so if you really want to spend your money on something, that's the search. Yes. Where you need the expertise, because you also need to understand when you do the search how a patent is built up, because you have a part of the documents that called claims. That's really where you define the legal protective scope of your invention. So a search will then focus on that to try to find documents where a little bit wider search where your molecule or where your product might infringe and overlap. And that search is especially tricky, and it could take, I would guess in life science, maybe pharma, that could take everywhere from 20 to 40 hours. Depends on exactly what is the question and what is the product here. Yeah. We're talking about 30,000-40,000 kronor, Swedish kronor, for such a search. Yeah.
Yeah. So something very important to build in if you're an SME putting in for a grant application, to make sure that you're able to protect your idea.
Exactly. I mean, and the freedom to operate search, like I said, is really a clearance search. It's called as well, because that could cost you a lot more, of course, if you infringe on somebody else's existing technology. So, if there's somewhere you should put some money into getting that search, it's the freedom to operate. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Do you have any examples? I mean, are we strong in the Nordics for patenting, as in, startup projects that are coming out of the universities and ideas and things? Do you feel that we're quite good in respect of other countries, or are we do we also need to learn? Do you have any examples of any situations where people have got really good ideas but have never patented or trademarked their name, and then they've infringed and something dreadful's happened to them?
Yeah, I think in general, I don't have a complete view of the rest of the world, but I think there is a challenge. So since research and development is moving into small and medium enterprises, they're usually spin-offs from universities. And obviously, you're not focusing on the commercial side very early on, especially not maybe in the beginning. It's more about your molecule, your candidate drug, the biology of it. So then you miss this aspect. And one very common thing that I've seen when I've been a patent examiner is I get a patent application, and then I look in this applicant's own literature. They're usually professors or PhDs, and they publish the data already in a scientific article. So that's a common mistake, that you become a hurdle for your own
I'm also thinking about when you're putting these grant applications in for, the European Union, you give a lot of information away for these applications.
Yeah.
How can you protect, but actually, get them to have the idea without actually giving them too much information?
Absolutely, and that's a trick. Usually what you say is, what we want to say is like, file your application first, then disclose in a scientific article, in an application, whatever, because then you're safe if you file your patent application first. If you do anything before, then you need to be careful how much detail you give. So in that aspect, if you have to, before you file an application, then you want to, of course, the balance is to explain to the financiers that this is what we do. I'm not going to go into detail exactly how it works because we're filing for a patent later on, etc. So you need to strike that balance, and that could be tricky, of course. But the key here is, of course, like you're saying, do not reveal the full details of your invention, because then you will not have novelty and inventive step.
I mean, there's a lot of awards out there, especially for startups, and I'm thinking about Venture Cup and things like that. If you put that information out there, you are going to be, it's pretty bad, actually. I'm also thinking about the cloud. I mean, how does the cloud affect if you have data in the cloud and then that gets breached? I mean, how do you have any examples of data security as well in any of this?
Oh, that's a good question. I should have brought a lawyer from the office here, but they are usually experts in these questions that you can ask them. But yeah, of course, I guess then it becomes down to show how was this information breached. I mean, if it's not a willful breach on your own part, but it's actually a criminal act behind, maybe there's some sort of, compensation for that. Maybe there's a way to rescue it. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what the case law is on this, but that's definitely one thing. So I mean, if you want to be sure, be very careful with who you share your information with and the details. You're allowed to keep it, of course, into an enclosed group, your research group, the closest. You're also allowed to approach investors with your idea, but then it's also important to remember, maybe sign in non-disclosure agreements and things like that to make it very clear nothing leaves the room. That you can't be held against you when you file for a patent. But you need to be careful here, and obviously we also understand from the office that as a researcher you need to publish or perish. You have a need to show to others, to financiers, how this works, but then take some countermeasures there so you're really safe with what you're doing.
Absolutely. No, that's very good advice. We could talk about this for a long time. We should maybe do a panel debate and get another lawyer involved and to talk about data, and because I think it's a balancing act, actually, because there are a lot of SMEs that get so embraced in the branding and the messaging and everything, and press releases and social media, Instagram. But actually, you're diluting that message. And I think there's something about that, actually, that is it's very, very interesting, actually.
Yeah, and there's professional help that you can get, of course, on how to be strategic about this. But there's also a lot of help to find out there on the online. At our homepage, you can find a lot of tips and tricks and how this works, so you are a little bit better prepared before you maybe disclose too much if you want to patent later on. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very good. So this is the conclusion. I would like to say congratulations for the people who are still online. We have had 100 people attending today, which has been absolutely fantastic. My take-home message is definitely going to be keep simple, plan ahead. Personal meetings are still going to be important, even though we're going to have hybrid events like this, but there's definitely lots of learning, that we all have weaknesses, that collaborations are so important, especially creating this collaboration spirit, but also making sure that we're not giving too much away. Data access is still very, very important, and also to make sure that we obviously do the best for our sector as we possibly can. And I also wonder this is going to be the next gold rush, because if we have had so many amazing drugs and that we have been the best in the industry in the world this year, are we going to be the new gold rush? And next year is going to be even more interesting than this. Finally, I'd like to show the magazine, which is Life Science Sweden. We are going to be having another exciting event next week, which is the New Horizons in Biologic on the 17th of December. It's free to sign up for. It's digital. However, we are going to be back here again. So you can find it on page 25 of the magazine. So, please collect this. One exciting person is going to be talking, which is Richard Bergström from the Government Office of Sweden, who's coordinating the vaccine supply for Swedish citizens. So I think that's going to be really interesting. So please don't miss that. Have a great Christmas. Thank you so much for being part of this. And I hope to actually meet somebody in person next year as well. So thank you.